Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top-quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Laird Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. Right behind them, it's Biozyme from biozymeinc.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
in Indiana. Ring one, we are going to get started with your main show. Today we will be showing Junior and Open Maine-Angus and Junior and Open Maintainers. Starting out with our Maine-Angus show. We'd like to welcome your judge today, Mr. Kyle Rosenboom of Roberts, Wisconsin. First class in the ring is Class 1. These are Maine-Angus spring heifer calves born after May 1st.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Certainly awesome to be here. I appreciate the Maine-Angus Association and Blake and Josh and Lindsay for inviting me down. And this is the first time I've ever had the opportunity to judge in Oklahoma. I've judged a lot of shows, a lot of Northeastern, Upper Midwest, Southeastern shows, but it's awesome to be here. Great set of cattle here. I think we're going to have an awesome Maine-Angus show today. This breed is really on the rise. As we see them across the country, these cattle are really, really outstanding. High-powered kind of cattle, so it's going to be fun to sort them. First heifer here, it's going to start off this first class. I really love this heifer. Really wide, stout, really powerful. Heifer looks like she's got some extra performance with the base. Really nice heifer to start off this first show, first division here, first class. The heifer that comes out in second, a heifer that gave us a little trouble out here. She wanted to be a little bit, maybe not lead quite as well, but a heifer I think's got a good future. Maybe just needs a little bit more power, a little more performance to match that other heifer, but a nice way to start. Congratulations. It's going to be a good day.
Well, congratulations over here in the Junior Maine-Angus ring. Results out of Class 1. First place went to back number 40,000. That was SIL Hattie, 4527 MET, exhibited by Isabella Lugo of Bakersfield, California. Second place in that class, and congratulations will go to Lacey Talley of Hobart, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, this will be Class 2 Maine-Angus spring heifer calves, born April of 2024.
Well, I knew this Maine-Angus thing is going to get tough, and this is only class 2, but boy, if it looks like this the rest of the day, it's going to really be fun. 2 outstanding heifers lead off this particular class. 2 heifers that certainly come with some just tremendous quality and look, and they just have so much just presence about them. They're so striking to look at, and the fitting and the presentation is just spot on. I like your heifer a little bit better from the side. I think she's a little longer. I think she's a little more extended up in her front end. I like her brood cow kind of a feature about her. Her front end ties into her extra special rib cage. It's really a deep rib. She looks very maternal, just really functional. I just like her extra extension. I think she's very feminine up through her front 1/3. I love her body. I think she's got a really nice rib shape. Now, the other heifer has more muscle. The other heifer, when you stand behind her, is just stouter. She comes out bigger in her hip. She's got a little extra muscle shape, and you get into her lower quarter, there's just more muscularity and true honest muscle shape in that heifer. So I think it's a nice pair of heifers. I don't see her quite as long-bodied. I don't see her quite as nice when she gets out in her go. When she goes, she gets a little high, just right in the mid portion of her loin, and tail head comes up just ever so slightly. But that's 2 beautiful heifers, you guys. You brought out some tremendous quality. Here's a very unique heifer. I guess she looks like she's got a little more of the Angus influence in her. She's a little more refined in her look. She's got a nice little kind of a feminine look about her front end. She's flat in her shoulder. She's long in her body. She's a level mate heifer, too, when she gets out and goes. She just doesn't have quite that extra width. You get right behind her, unfortunately. She's not as muscular as the other 2 heifers. She's not quite as opened up. Going to make a wonderful cow. Going to work well in a Maine-Angus breeding program. A lot of mating flexibility there. The heifer comes here 4th, really feminine in her own right, really got a nice cowy look to her. I think she's very functional. You get right behind her, though, unfortunately, she's not quite as opened up in her skeletal width, not quite as bold in her forerib shape, unfortunately, but a good, sound, moving heifer that has some extension, certainly got some length of body. Nice set of heifers. Congratulations.
Over in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 2, Maine-Angus Spring Heifer Calves. First place went to back number 40,007. That was Cowan's Contessa 459 MET, exhibited by Kinsley Moore of Oak Harbor, Ohio. Second place will go to McKenna Cleveringa of Alton, Iowa. Third place was exhibited by Breck Colantino of Moscow, Kansas. And fourth place went to Kate Sherrill of Pawnee, Oklahoma. Now in the main ring is Class 3. These are Maine-Angus Spring Heifer Calves, born March of 2024. We'd like to remind everyone that today only, spend $150 at the Cattleman's Collection and get a free t-shirt of your choice. Again, go see the Cattleman's Collection in Barn 3 today. Spend $150 and get a free t-shirt of your choice.
different types of heifers that go 1, 2, 3, and it's just kind of where you put your priorities and what kind of cattle you like. But there are 3 uniquely different heifers, all very high quality heifers, all really outstanding, in their type and kind, just different. I think this one to me is really just very functional. She just really looks good in terms of just her completeness. I don't see a lot of big holes in this heifer. She's really sound in terms of her feet and legs. I think she's probably the most attractive heifer when you get off on the side view profile. Her neck and her front end probably comes together just a little bit better than those other 3, or the other 2 behind her. Just so extended up in her front 1/3, but yet sound and functional. She's not the most muscular. That's certainly the heifer in 3rd, and so that's kind of what makes it a little more challenging, because that heifer in 3rd is really, really stout. The heifer that comes in 2nd, that one kind of grew on me just a little bit. Tremendous depth of rib, tremendous body volume and capacity, very stout in terms of her structure and build. A little shorter up through her front end, probably not truly as wide gauged as the heifer that behind her, not quite as extended as the heifer in front of her. Just a real sound heifer in terms of mobility and function. Just a little shorter up through her front end, but a really powerful made heifer. This one's really interesting. I'm sure there's some fans around ringside that really would love to see me use this heifer, because she just packs a lot of power. She's so wide-based, bold and powerful in terms of her rib shape. You stand right behind her, and she is the heifer that has the most natural thickness down her top and really, really dimensional from behind. I see her just maybe not quite as sound as those other 2. She gets a little out into the point of her shoulder. She wants to get her tail head up just a little bit. She's just a little coarser and maybe just a little rounder as I study her, as you see her coming and going. But boy, that's a unique breeding piece in terms of width and power and muscle. A really powerful kind of heifer. Heifer that comes here next is a really nice balanced heifer. Level, strong, topped, really long and level from her hooks to her pins. And just a heifer that I think has a good future from a standpoint. You can mate her to some of these more punchy bulls that got a little more muscle in them, and hopefully come up with a kind of a nice mix there. This heifer ain't quite as good up her hind leg. You can see she kind of maybe just a little more awkward as she steps there. A little flatter in her hip shape, a little flatter in her muscle shape, but it's a nice heifer from the side. Here's another good-looking heifer when you get her kind of set up and parked. She's long-bodied, long-necked, got some extension and some performance to her. She gets a little bit kind of awkward, too, as she goes behind, gets a little up on her pasturance, maybe doesn't have quite the freedom of movement. But outstanding set of heifers. Congratulations to the Maine exhibitors.
Results out of Class 3. First place was exhibited by Gage Pickens of Medill, Oklahoma, and second place in that class was exhibited by Riley Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. Now in the main ring is Class 4. These are Maine-Angus spring heifer calves born February of 2024. And back over in the Shorthorn ring,
I tell you what, this Maine breed is incredible, and we're just got, we're not far into the show, but boy, every class has been really good, and they're different types of cattle, but yet cattle that a person could use in a variety of mating schemes, and this is just a wonderful display. The Maine breeders are just this is awesome deal. But these two heifers are different again, and the top three in that last class were different, but all very good, and these two are different. I just kind of landed on the one that I think just looks so broody. She's not as big and high performing, and I'd argue she gives up a little bone and a little bit of that extra muscle dimension to that really powerful heifer in second. But boy, this one just, to me, I just like her kind. She's so feminine and so sharp up through her front end, but yet has a really nice sweep and shape to her rear flank and her midline there. And I just think she's sound, she's functional, she's just very complete. And that's a really nice heifer. She's not as stout boned and she's not as heavy muscled. And there's going to be, this heifer here in second is going to win a lot of shows. She's a little straighter up in her shoulder. She kind of wants to turn her front feet out just a little bit. She's not quite as nice right through her hip-loin junction as she travels. She kind of wants to just dip a little bit right there as you work back into her hook bone. But that's just being really critical of a really outstanding heifer. And this one's more my speed in terms of just that brood cow look and that extra completeness. Great set of cattle, young ladies. Congratulations.
Results of Class 4. First place was exhibited by Mackenzie Glennie of Blackwell, Oklahoma, with Mool Michaela 404 MET. And second place in that class exhibited by Jalen Wolfinger of Lexington, Nebraska. Now in the ring is Class 5, Maine-Angus Spring Heifer Calves, born January of 2024 before the division. Back to the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 2.
Two extremely high quality kind of heifers here, and certainly most people just love to own both of these females because these females as we're getting to this age now are to me just maybe coming together in terms of their high volume cattle, their feminine cattle. There's some heifers that have some extra punch and performance, and I think performance is still something that needs to be looked at just a little bit as we get these cattle bigger in the feedlot industry. And so, you look at these heifers, there's plenty of length of body in each of these heifers. They got some grow and some performance behind them. I just went with this 37 tagged heifer here the young lady in the purple has. This one's just wider. I mean, it's an old term that has been used forever in the cattle industry. This one's just wider and heavier muscle. She's wider through her chest. She has more spring and expansion to her rib, and when you step right behind her, there's just more muscle. There's more product in this heifer, and I'm not a muscle guy, but I think these cattle still need to have some product in them. And this one can do all that, but yet stay feminine, yet stay sound, yet stay kind of good looking. And so I think that's this heifer here just really, really complete. If I was going to pick on her, maybe, you can catch her sometimes splaying out a little bit off her front feet, and maybe you just like to see her set down and toe her head straighter a little bit as she gets out and goes. But that's a really, really nice heifer that just puts a lot of great things together. Young lady in the second hole is a tremendous show person, and because of that, I mean, she just gets this heifer just looking knockout great from the side view profile. And if it was a show where I just wanted to take a good picture and stand behind one that's going to look the best on the pulse, this one's going to do it. Her head comes out so high at the top of her shoulder. She's long and just so level and just so good in terms of her side view profile. Unfortunately, when you watch that heifer walk away and even just come at you, old basics of livestock evaluation, she just maybe might be the narrowest gauged heifer in this entire lineup in terms of true width of skeleton, width of stride, and just natural dimension. But boy, so good from the side, sound, and she's got big feet and legs underneath her. Just a really high quality heifer. Just like to see her a little bit wider going and coming. This heifer that comes here next is a nice heifer when the young man gets her kind of just standing there. She's deep ribbed, she's long bodied, she's got tremendous quality in her own right. I didn't see her quite as free moving. She wants to kind of drop out of her pin set just a little bit as she travels, gets a little more awkward as she goes off her hind leg there. But just standing still, young man, you got a really deep-ribbed, long-bodied, real feminine heifer in her own right. Then the young lady that concludes the class, a lot like the heifer that goes out ahead of her, maybe not quite sound enough. They're a little shorter in their step, not quite as free and easy in their stride. This one gets a little bit, I think, a little shorter, maybe a little bit coarser about the way her neck is made, but a deep-sided heifer that has some length of body. Good performance in all four of these heifers. I like that. I like some extra performance and grow power in these cattle, and all four of these heifers have some extra growth. So congratulations on a nice class.
Results out of Class 5. First place was exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma with POAK Queen M240. Second place in that class went to Cambria Cook of Clovis, California with JD Main Squeeze 434 MET. Now in Ring 1, we have all your firsts and seconds to select a junior heifer calf, champion, and reserve. Back over to the Shorthorn ring.
hands together and let's congratulate this first division. This is an outstanding set of cattle. Congratulations. Really pleased with the quality of the Maine-Angus. I think I live up north and I work at a university and I'm in the education business and I'm teaching every day. And you look at the history of the livestock industry and kind of history of some breed associations. And I'd venture to argue that the creation of the Maine-Angus composite program might be one of the better composite programs that's come along in many, many years. This is matching two breeds. It's a complementation of two breeds into kind of one endpoint. And I think these two breeds that we put together here in the Maine Association work extremely well. They're just a great niche on each other, and you can look down the line, and even the seconds, and there'll be first place heifers that are on that side of the ring maybe later today, and I'm fine with that because there's different opinions and different judges, but the big picture is how good these cattle are in terms of quality and just extra specialness about them. But yet, if you look at the ones on this side of the ring, to me, they probably excelled in two areas. They might have been a little sounder, and they might have a little more product in them. I like cattle to have some product. I think we're still in that business. I think they need to have some width of base. I grew up in the seed stock hog business for many, many years. My family sold a lot of boars when I was a kid. And soundness and width of skeleton is fundamental in that seed stock industry, and I think it plays its same thing here in the cattle industry. So if you look down, these heifers are wide skeleton heifers, but yet they have some femininity, and yet they can handle their feet and legs and can get around the ring true and easy. So great set of cattle. I'm not going to break them all down, but yet there was two, I think, here. We'll look at them pretty close, but I think there's two here that maybe are competing for first, and then a couple that are maybe competing for reserve in this division. But congratulations. You guys are going to have a lot of fun. I'd love to own these cattle where I come from. You guys are going to have a lot of fun with these heifers over the next year. So congratulations to everybody in this first division.
Well, congratulations. Your junior calf champion comes out of Class 5, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma, with POAK Queen M240ET. And congratulations, reserve in that first division comes out of Class 2. That was Cowan's Contessa 459 ET, exhibited by Kinsley Moore of Oak Harbor, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look to see Class 6 Maine-Angus Winter Heifer calves born November to December of 2023.
as we look at these this pair of Maine heifers here in the Maine-Angus division. I think each of them brings some good features about them that certainly you can breed and generate with. I think the high volume heifer is going to win this deal. She's by far the most expansive in her rib cage. She's a good performance-oriented kind of female. It looks like she will generate some power and performance in that next generation. There's some natural thickness down her top. She's really a wide-based heifer with more spring to her rib than the heifer in second. Where I'd fix your heifer, young man, is just like to free her up just a little bit. She's a little shorter in her step off both ends of her skeleton, but that's a good performance-driven kind of female. The one that comes second, I like the muscularity of your heifer extremely well. I think she'll generate some of ththose bulls that got some extra ribeye size because there's a good shape down her top. There's some shape when you get right back into her stifle as well. I think, you stand off the side of her, she gives up quite a bit that extra depth of rib and that overall broodiness that the first heifer had. But that's a nice pair of heifers. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over in the Shorthorn ring. Results at ring. Results out of Class 6 here in our next division. First place went to Conley Jelly Yum 323 LET, exhibited by Tyler Loudon of Creston, Iowa. And second place in that class will go to Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 7 before the division.
Pair of heifers. I'm just going to leave them as they're standing there. So, young man there, you're going to be first. Good job for you. Outstanding job getting that big heifer showed. She's a handle out here, but I like your show extension thing. I saw that on the internet. I think that's pretty neat invention for young kids like you. Boy, this one is performance driven. Boy, she's wide based and tremendous body volume, natural muscle dimension and thickness. This one here looks like she's going to generate some really high end kind of stout featured kind of cattle, especially her bull sons could be really fun to look at. If I was going to just change that heifer just a little bit, I don't know how to describe it, but she just kind of wants to tuck her pins just a little bit and get that hind leg maybe not quite as stable as you'd like to see maybe out here, but the footing is kind of uneven out here, but you'd just like to see her handle that hind leg just a little bit better. But boy, that's just a performance kind of female. I like those big stout wide ones. That's a nice heifer. Good job, young man. And then the heifer that comes here second, really nice. The young man's been out here before. He does a really good job getting his heifers sticked. This one's very strong topped, very level in her side view profile. Needs more depth compared to that heifer above her. She just kind of wants to tuck up in her rear flank just a little bit, and maybe as well, maybe loosen her up just a little bit as she goes off both ends just to make her freer. But that's a nice heifer. Good job, young man, in second.
Well, congratulations in Class 7 over here in the Maine-Angus ring. First place was exhibited by Hendricks Wilson of Miles, Iowa with ADPR 48 LET. And second place and congratulations goes to Breck Colantonio of Moscow, Kansas. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, select a champion reserve fall calf.
Kind of call this division the performance division. I think these are a little different than the first division. These come with some extra body, some extra depth of rib, and they're muscular cattle. You look down their top, there's natural thickness and spread all the way back in their hip, and these are big, stout, kind of generating kind of heifers. Both of these heifers, though, if I could do something different, I'd probably fix them structurally. The first heifer, I thought at times maybe just a little short in her stride. Actually, her ankles and her passions have some flex. I don't know if she just doesn't like the footing, but she's not quite reaching out. She might do that a little better at home, but she's really level in terms of her top line, and I think she's longer and more correct from her hooks to her pins than the big stout heifer in the second class. But that's a nice heifer. I'd just like to maybe see her take a freer stride every once in a while. She gets a little short. This is just a fun heifer to look at. The young man is just doing an outstanding job, and he's going to have 21 years of fun in this Maine-Angus breed, because if he's bringing these kind of cattle out every weekend, there's a lot of judges that are going to gravitate to these kind of cattle. She's so deep and so wide-chested, and I still like some wide with the chest. I know some people think with the chest means they're bad shoulder, but not always. I think they can be wide and smooth, and she's a big, stout, powerful heifer, and tremendous spring to her rib, but it's her hip kind of gets a little bit rounder out of her hip, and right there you can see how she sets down from her hock to the ground. It's not how you'd want to draw one every once in a while. She just kind of looks like she's from her hock to the ground, maybe not quite as square and true, but that's a great heifer too. So congratulations. You're going to win this division, young man with the cowboy hat. Good-looking young man. You're going to be second. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the Maine-Angus ring. Your fall heifer calf champion coming out of Class 6. That was exhibited by Tyler Loudon, Creston, Iowa, with Connolly Jelly Yum 323 LET. And reserve champion, and congratulations, will go to Hendricks Wilson of Miles, Iowa. We're now going to welcome in Class 8 Maine-Angus summer yearling heifers born June through July of 2023.
display here, and everybody got to soak in a little bit. So you two young people do an outstanding job getting these cattle set up, and it's really fun as a judge to judge cattle that are showed real good, because you really get a chance to see all the qualities of them. And I'm going to go ahead and use your heifer to win the class, young man. She's just sounder. When you get her out and pull her to lead, I think she's more flexible on her feet and legs and just takes a freer stride. She's also a little bit better in terms of her condition. I like her kind of her leanness advantage that she has, and yet she's not a skinny one. I think you just got her in a really nice show condition. If I can improve her, I think the second heifer has more muscle than your heifer. When you get right behind her, the second heifer is a real stout heifer, and I think she can generate some bulls with that extra width of body, but yours is sounder, and that's how come she got the edge. Love the power of your heifer, young lady. And second, wide-chested, bold in her rib. A lot of muscle dimension when you get right behind her. She just needs two things for me to really get her up in the class. She needs to move better. She gets a little bit short and stiff as she travels behind, and she's probably got just a little extra on her in terms of just degree of condition. I like to just see her a little bit leaner. But nice heifer, no doubt, going to generate for you and going to make a nice brood cow. So congratulations on a nice class.
Well, congratulations back over in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 8. First place was exhibited by Denton Cook of Foss, Oklahoma, with TJOC Maverick Style 311 LET, and second place in that class exhibited by Kate Sherrill of Pawnee, Oklahoma. Now in the ring we have Class 9 Maine-Angus Summer Yearling Heifers, born May of 2023 before the division.
What an outstanding set of bigger heifers here. These two don't they're not quite as much alike. They're two different styles as I see them. They're high quality cattle and they're very complete to look at and I think are very attractive, but there's one that's just a little stouter and one that's probably just a little better on her hind leg, and so there's some trade-offs here, but I like the gentleman in the vest heifer. She's just a real powerfully featured female. Big feet, a lot of bone, really wide-chested kind of heifer, but yet she can be wide-chested and still feminine enough for me, and yet there's I think she has an advantage when you step in behind them too. I think she's just more natural thickness up over her top line and out through her center and lower portions of her quarter. I just think there's more to her, yet she still is feminine. She puts a lot of nice things together. I don't know if it's the footing out here or what, but she kind of wants to every once in a while kind of wing them just a little bit behind and get outside herself just a little bit. I'd like to see her maybe just a little more true in the way she travels off her rear legs. This heifer here is really a nice female, just feminine and just moderate, almost really attractive, probably the most attractive heifer in this whole set of cattle, fit to the T and just really, really nice to look at. She's a little bit more frail in terms of just heaviness of bone compared to the other heifers in the class. She's not as stout in terms of width down her top as some of these other heifers in the class, and I just like to maybe just open her up just a little bit, but boy, the young man does a nice job, and that's a really correct skeleton heifer. I think I really appreciate that about her. This is a big ribbed, wide-based, just a heavy muscle kind of heifer that's got some width and power. She needs to just move better. She wants to toe out off her front end as she travels. She's not as correct in the way she moves. The behind just gets a little shorter and stiffer there. Just like to see her, just sound her as she goes out here today. But I love the rib and the body and just a tremendous performance look to that kind of female. The heifer that comes in fourth is very long-bodied. She's level in her top line, and the gentleman just really did a nice job getting her looking good from the side view profile. She's the shallowest ribbed heifer we had in the class. She maybe is, in terms of just sheer body volume, just needs to be opened up with just a little more broodiness to her. But a nice heifer from the side view in terms of levelness and correctness. Nice set of cattle in this class. Congratulations. In our couple classes, I'd love to have both these division first and second place class winners. Love to have them all. I think they're good cattle. I think you kids are doing a great job in your showing. The crew that put them together, the presentation's outstanding. You study the first two winners, they're different kinds of cattle. This is probably the more performance look kind of female. She's a little bit longer in terms of just the way she features from the side. She's a wide, stout heifer. That heifer is extremely nice in her rib cage. I just love her boldness of forerib. I love her depth to her rear flank, and she's just a nice level-made heifer. She gets a little, maybe not quite as full right out through her rump, and maybe when you get right behind her, she's not quite as stout in terms of just width of skeleton as the bigger heifer, but that's a beautiful heifer in terms of body volume and capacity. Just a really nice cow prospect. Great division again, high-quality kind of cattle. My favorite one in this division goes to you, young man in the black vest. Congratulations to you. Second, we'll go with you, young man in the cowboy hat. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the Maine-Angus ring. Results out of your summer yearling division. Champion wins Curtin's Hadkey ADK, exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Reserve champion will go to Tyson Fox of Hutchinson, Minnesota. We're now going to welcome in Class 10. These are Maine-Angus late spring yearling heifers born March to April of 2023.
Well, over here amongst the Maine-Angus, 3 high-quality heifers, guys. You brought out 3 very, very kind of useful females that hopefully will be good generators for you as you progress in your main operations. 1 and 2 are close. They're not alike by any stretch, but they're close cattle in a placings anyway, because they're both bring some really high-end kind of attributes, but both maybe have a place where they can beat each other, and that's kind of what makes it close. Young man, you have the most powerful heifer in the class in terms of just skeletal width, spring and expansion to her rib. She does place first in that area amongst these 3, and she's a very stout heifer when you stand behind her. She carries a great degree of thickness over her top, and she's a wide-based, wide-moving heifer, but yet she's sound. She fills her track, and she gets out and goes. She's not as probably nice up in her neck and into her shoulder as the heifer in second, and I'd argue maybe even the heifer in second maintains her levelness just a little bit better just down her top line. So I think maybe the heifer in second has a profile advantage, but you have maybe the width and the 3-dimensional advantage because your heifer kind of has all that power, but yet handles it really, really nice. Young lady does a nice job with the second place heifer. Unfortunately, when you get right off either end of this heifer, she is, unfortunately, the narrowest gauged heifer of the 3 in this class. She's the narrowest in her forerib shape. She's the flattest in her hip shape. She's a nice heifer from the side. She's sound. She's got a good level look to her. I just like to see that one just a little more opened up with just a little more natural width. But that's a good high-quality heifer in terms of just function and movement. The heifer in third is a very muscular heifer. The gentleman brought out a heifer that's got some natural shape up over the top of her top line, and that's a muscular heifer. I don't know if she's quite as good moving. I kind of rank her third in terms of soundness and movement amongst the 3, and so that kind of hurt her amongst this trio. But nice set of cattle. Congratulations on the 3 exhibitors.
Well, congratulations back over. And these are Maine-Angus Junior yearlings born February of 2023.
Well, this is a very complete heifer. I think if you just walk in on this one, you're not going to really red flag her anywhere because, she's good in almost every area. You like her soundness. She's got a lot of bone and foot size underneath her. She's kind of in a nice frame score, but yet still has some performance and some weight per day of age to her. Good kind of sweep and volume to her rib cage. That's a nice young heifer, heifer young lady. We'll see how she lines up with the next in the division. Well, congratulations to this division. You two have brought out really nice class winners. We didn't have all the big classes maybe like the calves did, but maybe you guys just scared away all the competition because these are nice cattle. Little different, but I think they're both, I would term them big, stout, high-performance kind of cattle. They got a lot of volume. They're tremendous in terms of their rib shape. You get behind each of these cattle. There's some thickness down their top, and there's some product in each of these heifers. They're different. I think your heifer's she's a little bigger than most cattle. We're gonna maybe see generally she's got a little extra size, a little extra length. Some people might want to tone her down just a little bit, and I guess that's for them to make the call. But with these fat cattle at 1,700 pounds, we're going to maybe have to generate some extra size and scale in some of these breeding stock to get these fat cattle there. But she's a really powerful heifer. Now, I'd say if I could fix her, maybe be up in her front end just a little bit. I'm not calling her plain and ugly by any stretch because she's got a nice cowie. Look, it's down in her feet. Her inside claw is just a little bit curled right now. It's probably not quite as square, and I think that turns her front feet out just a little bit. There's something maybe like to just fix the way her claws are shaped. Maybe let her sit down with just a little bit more squareness up front. She's maybe not quite as tidy up in her front end, maybe in her shoulder as the heifer behind her, but powerful, muscled, big, stout rear, thick-ended kind of female, and she handles it pretty nice. You kind of caught my eye with this heifer when you brought her in. In a class of 15, I'd still like your heifer, and we'd move her up because she's a nice frame score for me and really deep. You look at her forerib back to her rear flank, she's got kind of what everybody wants, that nice sweeping rear rib cage in her. She's nice in terms of her forerib shape as it blends into her shoulder. She gives up a little width of base to the big stout heifer, maybe not quite as muscular and truly dimensional, but she's got enough muscle in terms of she's a thick heifer in her own right. Good set of cattle. If I could maybe fix that heifer, I guess at times, we like these bendy-legged ones and we want all that cushion to their pastern, but what's happening is you look at her rear heel, it's a little shallow, and her toes are getting just a little bit long, and I don't know if from a longevity standpoint if we need all these really squishy-footed cattle, if you think about if it's going to affect their claw growth and maybe not keep them as functional as they get older. So if I could change her, maybe she's just almost just a little bit too much where her toes are just a little bit long. But nice set of cattle. Congratulations to everybody. My favorite one in this division was our lone entry young lady. I like yours best. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Your champion junior yearling heifer comes out of class 11. That was VZR. She's a Queen 302L, exhibited by Satch Dowling of Fairgrove, Missouri, and reserve champion. And congratulations, comes out of class 10. Well, at this time, we're going to bring in all of our division champion and reserves, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion, junior Maine-Angus heifers here at the Cattlemen's Congress. We'd like to thank our judge this afternoon, Mr. Kyle Rosenboom of Roberts, Wisconsin.
those around ringside, let's put our hands together and congratulate the junior exhibitors here in this Maine show. These Maine-Angus cattle are impressive. This is kind of what we're doing with our Maine cows at home. I worked so hard to take them from Simmental. When I moved from Tennessee back up north, I used to work and teach in Tennessee for a while, and when I moved back north, I turned all my Simmental cows over. It took me about 15 years, but I got them all to high percentage Maines, and then from there, here in the last few years, we've been kind of breeding them to these better Angus bulls to try to do this, because I do believe that this is a great composite, and I think it brings together two breeds that complement each other extremely well, and can add some, not only show ring presence, but can add some commercial adaptability, because I think we still need to generate some bulls that we can sell to commercial cattlemen and promote what the Maine breed can do. And the Maine breed can add performance, can add muscle, can add carcass merit. So you'll notice today I might talk a little differently. My reasons aren't probably quite as in tune to maybe the southern style of reasons. I've judged a lot of shows in the upper part of the United States. I used to judge in the southeast quite a bit, and and so I kind of use old school terms that my dad taught me, and I learned from some of the great cattlemen up in our part of the country. Some of the best terms I ever learned was a guy named Tom Hook. Some of you might know Tom Hook. Taught me a lot about giving reasons when we used to practice there when I was on the judging teams. And I coach a judging team now, and I've had the opportunity. My last team I took down here for the first time, and boy, your judging contest here that'll happen on Monday is very, very good. It's going to be one of the better contests that these kids are going to see traveling as a college team, and it's put on extremely well by your director there, and Mark Johnson, and all those people that put on that contest. It's extremely high. And so I came down here for the first time. I'd never been to this show, and so this is my first time judging here. I've judged a lot of other places, but my first time judging here, and I want to apologize. My breath was kind of taken away in that first class when it came out. I guess I was a little nervous because, I care about this. I care about trying to do a good job. I care about telling the young people where I'd like to improve their livestock, and so I judged probably over 500 shows in my lifetime, and very, very few times I've had my breath taken away. But you guys deserve it, because your Maine cattle are tremendous, and you guys have done a great job. And I'm not going to slow the show up. We got a big day ahead of us, but you can probably see the type of cattle that I gravitate to. I like a little more bone, a little more width, a little more power. But yet, if they're still functional enough in terms of movement and still have enough eye appeal, I think that's the really cool ones out here. So thanks. So we got a big day ahead of us and another big day on Sunday, so I'm not going to use all my speeches up. But congratulations to all you exhibitors. Good luck with the rest of the day as you move into the open show, and good luck the rest of the summer and the spring and the summer for some of you guys with the younger cattle. So congratulations. I'll put the mic down and go congratulate our winners.
And congratulations, your grand champion, Maine-Angus female, exhibited by Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee, with Curtin's Hadley 80K. And congratulations, reserve grand champion will go to Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma, with POAK Queen M240ET. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll take a very brief photo break before we get started with our open Maine-Angus show.
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant recip program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium recip cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, We handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
With your open Maine-Angus female show, we're welcoming to the ring our judge, Mr. Barry Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today to sort through your Maine-Angus and then your Mainetainer open show here later today. And as we bring your first class out here, and very nice quality here within this class, and sure some differences in types and kind. And I'll be the first to say, this first heifer has a May 15th heifer calf. There's got plenty of growth and performance for me for that age. But that's not my job to do that out here today. My job is to evaluate the quality. I just like this one's quality in terms of her soundness from the ground up. Excuse me. She's big-footed. Really love the angulation she has to her shoulder, like the way that knee sets back in her. And when we put her into motion, she's just a little looser made. She gets out and reaches a little better than our heifer in second place. Love her muscle shape and pattern. She's really square. A little longer muscle pattern than the heifer that comes second. I think she's got more base width when you get back and view her from right behind her. Love the eye appeal that the heifer in second has here. She just gives you a really striking look. She's one, as I stated, once you watch her exit the ring, she gets just a little choppy off of those front two for me. And when I watch her walk from behind, those hind two get pretty narrow for me here today. But give her some feed, some maturity, and I think that heifer's really, really good. I feel bad for the young lady here in third. Heifer's not wanting to act very good for her here today, but heifer that's got some quality to her. She's thick down her top, really stout out through her hip. I think just give her some time, get her broke. I think that'd be a nice project for that young lady.
Well, congratulations in our first class of Maine-Angus here in your open show. First place will go to Sarah Rimple of Athens, Texas, with RIM lead the standard 93 MET. Second place in that class was exhibited by Isabella Lugo of Bakersfield, California. And third place go to Lacey Talley of Hobart, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, class 13. These are Maine-Angus spring heifer calves born April of 2024.
What a really nice class out here of April heifers. These first two heifers, I think, to me, are very, very close. The heifer I choose to lead the class off with, when we put her into motion, I just think she's just a little looser made. I think she's a little more comfortable off the ground, particularly on her front two. She just gets out and reaches and moves about the ring very, very nicely. And we get her parked. I think from the point of her shoulder forward, I think there's a little more extension than we have in our second place heifer. Both heifers are extremely stout and powerful down their top. I like them both from hooks to pins. Really square, really wide pin females. I really appreciate that about them. Both females have that nice swoop to their belly, to the bottom side of their rib cage. I really like that about them. You know, the first heifer, when we view her data, we'd like to maybe tweak her birth weight just a little bit. So as we go forward and mate this heifer, I'd sure keep that in mind. But I really like the length, extension, and the structure she has. I think brings her up and makes her the class winner for me. Like the kind of this heifer that comes second. You know, as we talked about her rib cage and her power, I really like that. You know, just keep an eye on this heifer as we go forward with her. Keep her neat enough up through that front end. She could be just a little longer. Just don't get her overfed to where she gets a little plainer about her front as we project her going forward. The heifer that's third, I think our third place and fourth place heifers in this class are really close. I like this one out through her hip just a little better than our fourth place heifer. Really long-bodied female. Maybe like to clean her up right there in that navel just a little bit, but I like the length that she brings to us here today. She's really wide and square out through her hip. That's where she excels. Our heifer that comes here in fourth, we'd like to square this one up just a little bit as you view her from hooks to pins as she exits the ring, but a nice heifer that's flat-shouldered, long-bodied. Female gets out and goes really, really nicely.
Results out of class 13. Those are Maine-Angus spring heifer calves. First place went to Cowan's Contessa 459 MET, exhibited by Kinsley Moore of Oak Harbor, Ohio. Second place in that class was exhibited by McKenna Cleveringa of Alton, Iowa. Third place go to Kate Sherrill of Pawnee, Oklahoma. And fourth place goes to Breck Colantonio of Moscow, Kansas. Now in the ring is class 14. These are Maine-Angus spring heifer calves born March of 2024.
Well, here on your Maine-Angus side, a really, really strong class over here. And to me, this is one of those classes, they just kind of fit together like a puzzle. I think a real logical place to start off the class. Young man's female out here, just from a standpoint of length and power. She's a female with a tremendous rib cage. I like the swoop she has to her. You get off and view her from the side. You know, we put her in motion and she gets out and moves around the ring relatively nice. I think just a very, very good place to start off this highly competitive class here today. The heifer in second, I love her kind. I'd like to stretch her out a little bit from nose to tail. Just see, as we compare her to our class winner, there's not quite as much length of side. If we could stretch her out, I think she gives the class winner a run from her money. Love the body, the shape and dimension she has to that rib cage, a lot of capacity. You get behind her, and she's tremendously stout. Just a very high-quality heifer that comes there in second. She overwhelms our third-place heifer in terms of power and dimension. I love this heifer from the side. She's straight in her line. She's very angular, very maternal about her look. Just as we compare her to the class winner in the second, she's not quite as powerful here today. Get a big baby calf in this one, bring her back next year. I think that makes a really, really nice yearling heifer for that young man to bring back and show later. Real cow prospect here that comes next. I like this one's body, like the dimension and volume she has. She's really good out through her hip. Just as we compare her to those three heifers above her here today, not quite as attractive from her shoulder forward, just gives up a little bit of eye appeal as we compare her to the heifers earlier in the class. Like this heifer in second, this heifer that comes next, she's not acting really good for this gentleman here today, but a female that's got some width down her top. She's a little stouter when you get behind her than the heifer that follows her. She's one that's kind of hard to evaluate her in terms of her structure because she's wanting to fight that halter, but when he parks her and you study her from the ground up, her angles all look right to me. I think that'll make a nice cow prospect. Female we conclude the class with is another one that's long-sided, got some width and dimension to her, maybe not quite as much power and dimension as the other cattle within that particular class.
String, our judge is getting ready to select his champion reserve junior heifer calf.
Well, here on the Maine-Angus side, what a competitive division here. We'll talk about these cattle just briefly. The heifer that comes out of your first class, as we talked about her in that class, just beautiful in terms of her structure, just from the ground up. The angles are all right. That heifer gets out and goes around the ring just really, really nicely. You know, as we get her in this lineup with these two cattle standing behind her, she may be from her point of her shoulder forward. She's not quite as neat and refined, maybe not quite as feminine up through that front 1/3 as the two cattle that stand right behind her. But I like that one a great deal. That's just good quality cattle right there. Powerful, powerful heifer that comes out of the second class. She's a female. When we put her into motion as well, I think she gets out and goes about the ring really, really good. She's one from her hooks back. She's just tremendously powerful. She's got a lot of width and shape and dimension to her. Like her at the ground. This heifer, as we compare her to the cattle on either side of her, probably has got as much shoulder as anything in this particular lineup. I'd maybe like to see her just a little more angular right there in the point of that shoulder, but that's a really high quality heifer nonetheless. The female that comes out of our third class, as we talked about her in that class, she's one that just combines a look and power. Tremendously long-bodied type of female. Love how attractive she is up through her front 1/3. I think she's just a combination heifer of this division. I'm going to use her to be your champion. We'll bring the second place heifer in over here, and we'll talk about her just briefly. This heifer that comes second to our champion, as we talked about her in that class, tremendously powerful. I really, really like this heifer. If we could stretch her out a little bit just in terms of her length of body, I think she gives our class winner a run for her money. I think those two heifers are really, really stout. I think they're really, really high quality. Young lady, I'm going to use you to be a reserve in this division. Give them a round of applause if you would.
And congratulations, back in the Maine-Angus ring, your champion junior heifer calf coming from class 14. That was CMCC Magical Chill 431 MET, exhibited by Trip Yoakum of Sapulpa, Oklahoma. And reserve champion and congratulations goes to Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. We're now going to welcome in class 15. These are Maine-Angus spring heifer calves born February of 2024.
And to me, I just gravitate to this heifer that we have up top here, just in terms of angularity, in terms of one that has a nice maternal look to her, just like how she sits into that shoulder very, very nicely. She's attractive up through her front 1/3. That neck comes high out of the top of her shoulder. And she's a heifer that's got some dimension to her rib cage as we go from there back, and she's got some power. You know, when you study her at the ground when she's parked, just beautiful foot, beautiful in terms of all her angles. When he puts her into motion, for some reason on this right rear, every once in a while she's wanting to pop that ankle. I don't see something in her in terms of her structural design that could cause her to do that. She is doing it here today, but I think there's so much good within this heifer, I'm going to use her to win the class. The heifer that comes second, stout, powerful female, really long-bodied. I like all that about her. When we put this one into motion, she gets just a little tighter in her spine, if you will, and doesn't just get out and reach off her hind two. I'd like to change that about her. There's a lot of power, a lot of length, a lot of dimension in that heifer. Really appreciate that about her. The heifer that comes in third in this class, she's one once, again, we put her into motion. She gets out and gets just a little choppy off of those front two. She's a big-bodied female. I really appreciate that about this heifer. She's one that's got some power up in her hip and really wide in terms of her pin set. Maybe you get behind her, you'd like to see her just a little wider base off those hind two. But three high-quality heifers in that particular class.
We have the results out of Class 15. First place went to Mool Michaela 404 MET, exhibited by Kenzie Glennie of Blackwell, Oklahoma. Second place in that class was exhibited by Jalen Wolfinger of Lexington, Nebraska. And third place went to Dominic Lugo of Bakersfield, California. Currently in the ring, we have Class 16 Maine-Angus Spring Heifer calves born January of 2024.
Well, here on your Maine-Angus side, two really high quality heifers in this class here, and I think it's close. I think there's some give and take, but the longer this heifer's out here and the more she relaxes, the more I just keep coming back to her. This female, to me, when you get back and you view her from the side and you view her on a 3/4 angle, I just think there's so much more volume and capacity from her shoulders in the center part of her rib cage all the way back, and she carries it back out through her hip. I think she's a little wider. I think she's got a little more base width when we view her from down low. So very high quality female here to start off with in a really tough pair of heifers in this particular class. The heifer that comes second, boy, when she walked in the ring, I thought, boy, there's the one that's going to win this class because she's so striking from the side. The way that neck ties very high out of the top of that shoulder. She's a female. When we put her into motion, she gets out and goes really good. As I stated, when I get behind her, I don't think there's quite the base width that our class winner has, but that's really high quality female, and it's really close. But I choose to use the other female over her today just because I think there's a little more volume, a little more capacity there today. Two heifers that come next, a young lady here in third, or young man, I'm sorry, that's here in third, a female that's got some width and dimension to her, just not quite as powerful as the two cattle ahead of her in this class here today. She's got some body, really nice in her shoulder. I appreciate that about her. And she's one as she matures and gets a calf in her, and he brings her back as a junior yearling. I think this heifer is going to be very competitive because she is extremely high quality. The heifer that concludes the class is one. I'd like to change her structure off of both ends, lay her shoulder back, see a little more set in her knee. That ultimately help her get around the ring just a little bit better here today.
Ring results of Class 16. First place was exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Second place in that class went to Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. Now in the ring, we have your first and seconds to select a champion reserve, a junior heifer calf out of Division II. Back to the Aberdeen ring, results.
You know, just two classes in this division, but four really good heifers out here. And the heifer that comes out of your first class, as we talked about her in her class, just one that's very maternal, that's very angular about her overall makeup. And I like cattle built that way. I like the way her shoulder sits in. I like how attractive she is up through her front 1/3. She's not the most powerful in this lineup of four cattle out here, but she's sure got enough for a female for me. Today, as we spoke in her class, and she's doing it again when she comes out here, she's wanting to pop her ankle on this right hind rear. And again, I think in terms of her structural design, I don't see anything, you know, her pasturing set is good, her hock flex is good, but she is wanting to get up on that ankle. I don't know if she's got a little foot rot starting or something, but that's a very high quality female that I think as she goes forward throughout her show career is gonna be very successful. So I like her a great deal. Powerful heifer here that comes out of your second class. As we just talked about her, I love the rib cage she's got, love the extra power you get behind her. And she does it in a package that's just angular and attractive and just a very high quality female. The heifer that comes second to her, we just talked about her as well. I mean, those are two very powerful females. And to me today, I think we're going to keep them two together to be champion and reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Maine-Angus ring, Results out of our Division II champion was exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and reserve champion go to Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. We're now going to welcome in Class 17. These are Maine-Angus winter heifer calves born November to December of 2023.
Here on your Maine-Angus side, as we start with your winter calves, heifer to me just really commands this class that we have up top here. She follows the type and kind we've been talking about in your first two divisions. Female that's attractive up through her front 1/3. She's got that volume and capacity that we like. You know, she's a female. When we put her into motion, I think she gets out and goes good. I mean, maybe like to see her just a little more fluid in terms of her movement as we talk about what's ideal. Then the heifer that comes next is another female that's good quality female. She's wide down her top. She's got some width and dimension to her. Change her up at the ground a little bit. Free her up, make her a little more flexible. I think I'd like that heifer a great deal if we could do that to her.
Well, congratulations over in the Maine-Angus ring. Results out of Class 17. First place go to Connolly Jelly Yum, 323 LET, exhibited by Tyler Loudon of Creston, Iowa. Second place in Class 17, exhibited by Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. We'll now welcome in Class 18 to the Maine-Angus ring. These are fall heifer calves born September through October of 2023.
Well, here on the Maine-Angus side, really powerful heifer to start off with. Female that's just could stand some competition out here. Very attractive from the side. She's a female that's got got that eye appeal and that look when you get off and look at her. But then she's got a lot of good to her. You study her at the ground. She's got big-footed. Love the angulation she has to her joints. She'll be one that be interesting to get her out with a little different competition and really analyze and dig a little deeper into that female. She's very nice. Really tough placing here between 2 and 3, and the heifer I'm going to go ahead and use is the heifer that's got the less power of the two. But as I view her and try to study her skeleton, I think you project her forward in the future. I think this heifer I just think she's a little looser in terms of her skeleton than the heifer that we're going to put in third. Yes, she's getting she's giving up some power. She's giving up some dimension here today. But if you study this one for a little greener type of heifer, she's got a little more swoop to that lower rib cage than our heifer that comes right behind her. And I like this one from the point of her shoulder forward. She's a little more attractive. She's a little more feminine than our heifer that comes in third. The heifer that comes in third is powerful and stout when you view her down her top and out through her hip. But I'd like to lay her shoulder back in her. I'd like to change the design of that knee. Just give her a little more cushion up through that front 1/3 and maybe adjust her a little bit on her hocks on the hind 2. But I really like the power that she brings to us here today.
This ring results out of Class 18. First place was exhibited by Hendrix Wilson of Miles, Iowa. Second place in that class will go to Joshua Claggett of Blooming Grove, Texas. And third place and congratulations went to Breck Colantonio. Now in the ring, your first and seconds to select a champion reserve, fall calf.
Really nice division again. 4 very high quality females out here, and to me within this division I think the heats in these 2 class winners, the heifer that comes out of your first class, I like the cow look she has about her. She's a female that's big in terms of her rib cage, carries that all the way back. She's got plenty of dimension through her hip and in her lower quarter. I really like that about her. When I think I mentioned in her class, maybe like to loosen this heifer up just from front to rear a little bit once we put her into motion. She's a female, and that maybe comes, she just gets a little tighter overall for me once we get her out and ask her to go. But that's one that's got some power. She's nice looking when you get off and view her from the side. Is she as long-sided as our heifer that comes out of the second class? No, I don't think she is. The heifer that comes out of your second class, just tremendous in terms of her length. She's a female that's got plenty of power and width and dimension. You get behind her, she's wide pinned, carries that down into a really nice stifle. She's a female in terms of her frame size, is getting up there for me, but I like her in terms of her length. I like how fluid she is when we ask her to get out and go. So 2 high-quality heifers that won their class in this division. I'm going to use the heifer out of the second class to be your champion, heifer out of the first class to be your reserve. Congratulations.
champion Full Blood Aberdeen. Your champion fall heifer calf was exhibited by Hendrix Wilson of Miles, Iowa with ADPR 48 LET, and reserve champion and congratulations went to Tyler Loudon of Creston, Iowa with Connolly Jelly Yum 323 LET. Now in the ring is class 19.
Well, here as we bring your summer heifers in here, two heifers that are really, really high quality, I think, in my opinion. Two of them I'd like to sure change. The first heifer, I think when we just study her, I think that heifer's really good in terms of her skeleton. She's tremendously stout. With that being said, I think she's tremendously overconditioned here today, too. And I think if you could peel some of that off of there, there's so much more natural width and dimension to this heifer. Sure, we want to freshen her up through her shoulder and neck and just take a little bit of that condition off of her. But I think when we get done showing these and we take these things home and turn them out on a pasture, that'd be the one I'd want to take home of this pair. She just overpowers the second heifer. I love the look the second heifer has. She's really straight in her line. She's really square. She's a female, just gets a little narrower in terms of her base width. Just don't have that power and dimension that our class winner has. She maybe could use just a little more maturity and condition as we compare her to the class winner. So two heifers that are just extremely different. I elect to use the one that's got more natural width and dimension.
Well, congratulations in the Maine-Angus ring. Results of class 19. First place went to KMEM Make-A-Wish, exhibited by Kate Sherrill of Pawnee, Oklahoma. And second place in that class will go to Denton Cook of Foss, Oklahoma.
Well, I apologize for taking a little extra time here. You know, once in a while you get out here doing this, and even if you're selecting cattle at home, you gotta decide where you want to put your priorities. And you know, I like cattle that are sound. I like cattle that are stout. To me, we got a stout one here, and we got the super sound one behind us. So you decide: is this one sound enough with how stout she is? Is that one stout enough for how sound she is? Today, for me, I'm going to use the stouter heifer. I think in terms of her structure, I'd like to change the way her hock's designed on her hind two, see her flex just a little bit better. But I think there's so much power within this heifer, just coming out of the backside of her shoulders. She's bold in her rib cage. I think she overwhelms our second place heifer, just her width of pins, the dimension and shape she has down through her lower stifle. I think this one here just has so much power to her. We're going to discuss this structure issue I'd like to change about her, but I'm going to go ahead and use her to win this class because I do like so many things about her. Love the design of this heifer that comes second. She's just a little refined for me here today as we compare her to our class winner. If we could add some bone, if we could add a little more width and dimension, just some overall dimension as we view her from the front, just to see a little more rib cage width and dimension, just to see a little more muscle. Love the design, love the build, just like to see more of her, and that heifer would be hard to beat under me. The heifer that comes in third is one, I love her type and kind. I love the stoutness and power she has, and she gets a little restricted off of both ends as I watch her move about the ring. She's extremely attractive, but as a young lady exits the ring with her, just watch her go. I'd just like to free her up off of both ends, and then this heifer can move up a couple spots in this particular class. Gentleman's heifer that comes next, when he gets her parked, just gives you a killer look. Angular through her shoulder and up through her front 1/3. I really like how she's designed up there. But as you watch her exit the ring, she really wants to hammer them hind two legs down, just like to free her up. I think she's just a little tighter up in her hip that causes her to do that here today. But there's some neat pieces and parts on that female right there. Conclude the class with another heifer that's sure useful in her type and kind. Big down her top, good out through her hip. I like that about her. Just lacks a little bit of overall quality to move up in this particular class here today.
Well, congratulations over here in the Maine-Angus ring. Results out of Class 20. First place was exhibited by Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee, with curtains Hadke 80K. Second place will go to Tyson Fox of Hutchinson, Minnesota. Third place was exhibited by Brooke Collier of Waldo, Arkansas. Fourth place went to Silveris Brothers of Fireball, California. And fifth place will go to Cody Olson of Nowata, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, select the champion reserve, Summer Yearling.
Well, here in your Maine-Angus show, as we bring your Summer Yearling division out here, a lot of quality once again in this particular division. We just talked about these cattle, so I don't think we need to go back and talk about them again. To me, the power in this division comes out of Class 2. We're going to use you for champion. Second place is going to be reserved. Congratulations. Nice job.
And congratulations, your Summer Yearling champion over here in the Maine-Angus ring, exhibited by Andrew Meyer. That's curtains Hadke 80K. Reserve in that division will go to Tyson Fox of Hutchinson, Minnesota. We'll now look to see Class 21 Maine-Angus late spring yearling heifers born March through April of 2023. Well, over here in ring 2, we're going to get started.
Well, a nice class over here on your Maine-Angus side. Very attractive female to start off this class. I love this one's presence when she comes in the ring, like the angularity she has to her shoulder. That neck ties high and comes up high out of that shoulder. She's a female that's got a tremendous amount of volume and capacity about her rib cage. I really like that about her as well. She's big down her top and really stout out through her hip. She's a female I'd like to see just with a little more stifle as you get right behind her and view her as she goes away from you, but just so striking and so much power down her top and width to her rib cage. I like to use her to win this class quite handily. I like the heifer that comes second. She's a powerful female, stout down her top, stout out through her hip. I'd like to change her front feet on her. Her left front toes wanting to curl pretty bad on her here today, but that's a female that's got a lot of quality about her. She's big boned, she's stout, not as attractive, not as angular up through her front 1/3 as our class winner. Fix those feet, and I think that heifer right there gives our class winner a run for her money. Heifer that comes next is another one just like her type and kind. She's attractive from the side, a little more moderate than our first two in this particular class. Female, just like to add some power and dimension to her, and then I think this is one, the way she's designed, could be more competitive with her two class winners and the second in this particular class. Stout heifer comes next. This is one that's got really stout and rugged made, good design female. Gets a little wide off her back too when we put her in the motion. Just fix that on her, and I think that heifer could be more competitive as well.
Maine-Angus ring results out of Class 21. First place was exhibited by Barrett Duncan of Bonham, Texas, with GCC's Simply Enchanted 3422 LET. Second place was exhibited by Landon Dean Calvilage of Fort Jennings, Ohio. Third place will go to Emma McLean. In fourth place, exhibited by Grant Robinson.
Really high quality February junior yearling here in front of us. Really stout female, again, a female that's got a tremendous amount of width and dimension and power about her. Good at the ground. She's big-footed. When we put this heifer into motion, I'd like to, she gets just a little down in terms of her neck and head as she goes about the ring. Just like to tie that neck a little bit higher to the top of that shoulder if we would. I think that would help her with her presence. But I love her stoutness. I love her power. Very nice female here.
Results out of Class 22 to complete our final division. First place was exhibited by Satch Dowling of Fairgrove, Missouri with VZR. She's a Queen 302L. We're going to bring those first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve junior yearling heifer. Back over the Aberdeen ring. Results.
Maine-Angus division out here. Three really nice heifers once again, and we just talked about them. but we'll briefly touch on them. Very attractive heifer that comes out of this first class. Just love this one from her shoulder forward. She gives you that neat look and eye appeal. And as I stated, she's a heifer that's got some volume and some width to her rib cage, really stout down her top and out through her hip. As I added before, we'd like to see her have just a little more shape to her stifle when we view her down low. The heifer that comes out of your second class, again, she's another powerfully constructed female in terms of her rib cage, just big and bold about her rib cage, stout down her top and out through her hip. Good at the ground, big feet, big bone. I really like that about her, as we talked about her just a minute ago. Sure like to see that neck come a little higher out of the top of that shoulder. Maybe lean her up ever so slightly, I think would help that heifer as well. The heifer that was second out of our first class, she's one that's extremely long-bodied. She's a female we talked about, has that power and dimension. Just like to change the feet on her just a little bit on her front too, but that's a very, very high-quality female. In this division, we're going to use the two heifers out of your first class to be champion and reserve. Congratulations.
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant reset program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize.
And reserve in that division, and congratulations will go to Landon Dean Calvillage of Fort Jennings, Ohio. At this time, we're going to bring in all of your division champion and reserves, and our judge, Mr. Barry Nowatzki, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, Maine-Angus females. Well, congratulations over here in the Aberdeen ring.
here as we get to your champion drive for your Open Maine-Angus show. I know there's a lot of maintainers yet to show, so we'll try to make this quick, but I do want to go through, this is very competitive out here, so I want to go through briefly, touch on each one of these class winners and maybe help you out, figure out what's going through my mind and how I make my decision of what we're going to use to win this show. However, that comes out of your first class, just really striking from the side. Really love her from the point of her shoulder forward. She's very attractive. Like how high that neck ties out of that shoulder. She's a big-bodied female. She's a female with a tremendous amount of width and dimension when you get behind her. As we view this heifer from a three-quarter view, coming out of the backside of her shoulder, I'd like to see her a little bolder right in that rib cage and just smooth her up ever so slightly right there. That's a very good one. That's going to go on and have a very successful show career. Heifer comes out of your second class. She's one that's angular about her shoulder. She's feminine and maternal about her neck and head. When we come back out of her shoulder, this one does open up with a big, bold rib cage. I really like how bold sprung she is out of the back of that shoulder. Carries that all the way back. She's as good from hooks to pins in terms of her pin set. She's got width, she's got dimension, she's got muscle, but she does it in a ladylike fashion. She's not round about her muscle pattern. She's square and long-muscled. I like that about her. She's a female. When we put her into motion, she gets out and goes just really, really good. The heifer that comes out of your third division's a female, again, very attractive from the side. You get off and view her. She gives you a really nice look. Maybe you like to see that neck tie just a little higher out of the top side of that shoulder. She's a female that's extremely long-bodied. I like that about her. A heifer, when you get behind her, is she the most powerful one in this particular lineup? She's not. Like to see her maybe just a little wider right there in her pin set as we compare her to two other heifers in this particular lineup. The heifer that comes out of this next division, I really like this one a great deal when you get off and view her from the side. She's a combination heifer. She's got power. She's got a look to her. She's a female. As we talked in her division or in her class, you know, if we study structure, and we've talked structure all day long, I'd like to change the way she moves. I'd like to change the design of her hock on her hind two. If we could do that, this female here it'd be a runaway in my opinion, because I really like the power. I like the look that she gives you. The heifer that comes out of her final division, very striking from the side. Love that shoulder, love that neck that she has. She's big rib cage female. As we talked in her division, just like to see a little more width and dimension as we view her from behind in her stifle and down in her lower 1/3. So give these exhibitors a round of applause. We got more cattle to show. I'm going to go show you the two I like the best.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Maine-Angus, female here in our open show, exhibited by Carter Cornegie, Tulsa, Oklahoma, with POAK Queen M240ET. Reserve champion, Maine-Angus female, exhibited by Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee, with Curtin's Hadkey 80K. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We are going to go right into your junior Mainetainer show. And congratulations back over here in the Aberdeen ring.
Tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services. We're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant recip program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium recip cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
start here in the Maintainer show. It's I think it's going to be another outstanding breed division here. These Maine cattle are pretty impressive to look at. Nice way to start. I like this heifer's. She's very muscular heifer that you really can appreciate the shape she has up over her top and out through her rump. Very stout mate kind of heifer. I guess for me, if I would just hopefully improve her, I'd like to just kind of maybe extend her just a little bit. I'm wondering if she'll just be a little early in her maturity pattern, maybe just a little shorter in terms of length of hip. But a nice way to start, a good stout projects here. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over in the Aberdeen ring. Your champion, junior maintainer female show. First class in the ring was class 23. Maintainer spring heifer calves. First place was exhibited by Briley Breckenridge with TTG Maggie 62M. And congratulations, the reserve overall over here in the Aberdeen ring. These are maintainers spring heifer calves born May 1st of 2024.
nice big class of maintainers here, and I think there's some differences as you go down the line, but the two that I think kind of match each other and come to the forefront of this class are these two young ladies heifer. They kind of look the most alike. They're combination cattle that are very complete. They're feminine, but yet they combine that with good body volume. They're naturally thick cattle when you get right behind the pair. I just think yours young lady is just a little stouter. She's a heavier bone heifer. She's more opened up in her forerib shape, and when you stand right behind her, she's just naturally a more muscular heifer. She has a performance advantage, and that's not a big thing. I don't want to weigh him up, but she does have a little bit of a performance advantage in terms of just weight per day of age and that extra body volume. So a nice heifer to start. She also maybe keeps her top line just a little bit better too. That's another advantage of the first place heifer. Well, this second place heifer is really feminine. She's really sharp, and she may be the nicest fronted heifer of the entire lineup, other than maybe the heifer in fourth is really good neck too. This one here is maybe at times when she gets out and goes, she might be the first time out here, I don't know, but her top line just gets a little bit up. She wants to just get a little tighter down her spine, but she matches that extra rib and body that first place heifer has. This one showed extremely well. She just needs a little bit more depth. I guess when you get right off the side, she's the third. She ranks third on capacity amongst the top three, but she's very feminine. She's very nice to look at. She's actually a very muscular heifer down her top. There's a good shape in her upper rib shape there. Just needs more depth today and just probably a little more capacity, but that's a really nice heifer. This one's really interesting, and I guess if you're going to want one to go down the road, she's just so green today, but boy, she's got big feet, a deep heel. She's really striking in her front end, just a little bit almost to the point where she's just a little flatter in her look relative to the others, not quite as far along. But boy, this kid's got something he could really look forward to down the road. That'll be an outstanding heifer once she kind of blooms up a little bit and gets a little more just flesh and fill to her. This heifer comes next, is a high-performing, long-bodied heifer. Just needs to be a little more loose in terms of her rear leg stride. She gets a little stiff there, like to drop her rear belly in her just a little bit more, but stout, wide, a lot of muscle. This is a heifer here that's got plenty of rib, just like to see her more extended, a little more length of body, a little more extension to her. The heifer coming next has enough muscle when you get right behind her, just gets a little shorter in her step. And then the heifer that concludes is another one like this one. They're muscular cattle, just a little shorter in their step, just a little bit more restricted. Nice set of heifers. Congratulations.
First place was exhibited by Emery Cowley of Morrison, Oklahoma, with Dunk Franny 439 MET. Second place will go to KLAC Snoop 93M, exhibited by Madison McGee of Arkansas City, Kansas. Third place was exhibited by Ava Thompson of Harrison, Arkansas. Fourth place, and congratulations, will go to Heston Hanza of Lawton, Oklahoma. Fifth place was exhibited by Harley Holman of Garber, Oklahoma. Sixth place in that class went to Jake Myers. Seventh place, exhibited by Ethan Rogers. Now in the Maintainer ring is Class 25. These are Maintainer spring heifer calves born April of 2024.
is because as a judge you can kind of get a little bit tougher on some of the cattle, and because you got others to maybe come to the forefront. And I thought these two were the two that kind of hit me the hardest when they came in the ring. Extra performance, extra body, extra dimension of muscle. They're stout cattle. I just think the better moving one is the young man here that has the cowboy hat on. His heifer just is better on her front end. She toes ahead straighter when she gets out and goes, and I think she's just more structurally correct. She's also a very nice bodied heifer. She's deep, she's capacious. Just a really well put together, very complete heifer. You know, there might be heifers that are longer in their front ends than her, but I'm not a big front end guy. I don't get too caught up as long as they look maternal and broody, and she does look that. She's really broody, real sound. I like the way she gets around the ring out here. This heifer that was in second, boy, when she first came in the ring, I thought, oh, there's your class winner, you know, kind of like sorting a big pig show. You kind of find that one right away and then see what else comes in after that. And this one here is really high performing. She grew well. She's long-bodied, really bold. You can see she wants to turn her front feet out as she goes, as she gets off her front end, and maybe isn't quite as truly sound as she goes behind. But extra muscle, extra body volume, extra bone in that one. That's a really powerful kind of heifer. Maybe the heaviest muscled heifer in the entire lineup is sitting in third. She is really thick down her top. She's a very muscular heifer. You know, you breed her right, you could really generate some really muscular kind of male stock out of her, maybe make some really good bulls. She's not quite as free moving as those first and second place heifers, particularly the first heifer. She's not quite as good as her, especially this heifer here just gets a little up in her top, maybe doesn't really want to be as comfortable in the way she travels off her rear legs. This one here is really nicely presented, nicely hair and fittings really nice. Her front 2/3 are really nice. She's long-necked, really feminine through her front end. She gets rounder out of her hip, wants to kind of roll and duck her pin set as she travels. The heifer that comes here next, another muscular heifer, and I know I'm going to say that a lot here in these maintainers because this is kind of generally what they oftentimes look like. They're very muscular cattle, but this one here just gets a little short coupled. I see here just a little quick in her maturity pattern, just a little shorter right out through her rump structure, but definitely a wide-based heifer with plenty of muscle. The heifer that comes here next, a real feminine, youthful, kind of a greener conditioned heifer. Her front end just needs to be changed. She gets too straight in her knees, wants to turn out her front feet. I like to just fix her there. And then the heifer that concludes, a big, high-performing heifer that grew well, extra muscle in this one too, just needs to handle the way she gets off either end of her skeleton just a little more comfortable. Nice set of heifers. Congratulations.
Mainetainer ring, first place will go to TSSC BTOM Milukunes, 4114 MET, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Second place in that class, exhibited by Cecilia Mercina of Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Third place was exhibited by Emma Braun of Allison, Iowa. Fourth place will go to Cassie Kelly. Fifth place, exhibited by Sophia York. Sixth place in that class went to Amelia Kovac, and seventh place exhibited by Katie Ruckman. Now in the ring, we'll look to see Class 26. These are Maintainer spring heifer calves born March of 2024.
some heifers out here that aren't quite showmanship ready. They're kind of wanting to run in a little bit and get to that corner. But I think when we get them all planted out here, these two kind of work to the top. I really like both these heifers. They're just very complete. Not a lot of faults in either of these two females. I just like the extra length of body that the young lady's heifer has. When she gets her just set up on a side view profile, she's very long in her features. She's long and level out of her hip. She's I think the soundest moving heifer of the group that's in contention out here. I don't know if she's the heaviest muscled of the top three, but she's very high quality heifer that just puts a lot of nice things together. Heavy boned, sound moving, and just a really high quality kind of female. This is hard seeing this second place heifer because I really like this heifer. She's really a three-dimensional kind of female. She just kind of kept going over in that corner and kind of hard to get a good look at her, but she's not as stout-boned as the class winner. She's not as big-footed as the class winner. She's not as long and level out of her hip as the class winner. Now, she's wider based than the class winner. She's got more spring to her forerib and midrib than the class winner, and I'd argue she's even more muscular than the class winner. So there's some give and take there, but two high-quality heifers. This one here, to me is really nicely presented. Just the hair coat and the fitting and the showmanship is extra special about this one. She just needs more thickness. When you get right behind her, I think there's just a lot of hair there and not as much really true and honest shape in this heifer. She's got big legs. She's heavy bone. She's fitted real nice. But when she walks away from you, she's kind of a little bit more base narrow than I'd ideally like, and just like to honestly just see a little bit more muscle in this female. Even though it's a heifer class, I think those two heifers that beat her just put a little more power in a really nice looking package. This heifer here is just starting to get a little ring sour. I like this heifer quite a bit, and I think she's going to have some really good days. Her neck comes out very nice off her front end. She's very kind of up-headed female. She's very muscular, too, when you get right behind her. She's a wide-base, stout-constructed heifer. I question if her hip is quite as square as some of the others. She wants to kind of get a little high in her hook bone and drop her pins just a little bit as she travels, but that could also be that she's just a little antsy out here. But we'll get that one settled down. Her better days ahead of her. Here's a powerful heifer in terms of muscle. You get down her top, she's really thick. She's a really wide-based heifer. She can make some herd bulls down the way if that's what you want to do, because she'll inject a lot of power and muscle. She's not quite as long-necked as the ones that beat her today. She's not quite as long and level out through her hip as the ones that beat her today. But that's a very wide-based, very muscular kind of heifer. Here's a nice medium-sized kind of heifer that probably just didn't have quite the extra heaviness of bone as the ones that went above her. Maybe wasn't quite as deep in her forerib as the ones that went above her. But she's more correct in her structure than the ones that go behind her. So I like her soundness. She's a pretty good moving kind of heifer. Just needs a little bit more rib shape, a little more dimension. This heifer's a nice level-made heifer. Just needs to be heavier boned. Needs a little bit more width of skeleton. The heifer that comes here next just gets a little bit too straight. You see her shoulder angles too upright. It causes her to kind of be just a little bit more restricted as she goes off her front end. The red heifer is a nice mate heifer, just needs a little more rib shape. Then the blaze heifer has enough body volume, just like to see her just a bit more attractive through her front 1/3. Nice set of heifers. Good job, everybody.
Well, congratulations in Class 26. First place went to Kane's Pearl E.T., exhibited by Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. Second place in that class was exhibited by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. Third place will go to Kaylee Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Fourth place was exhibited by Grace Raymond of Upland, Nebraska. Fifth place, and congratulations in that class, went to Hattie Ellsworth of Erie, Kansas. Sixth place was exhibited by Jillian Matheson of Lithia, Florida. Seventh place, and congratulations will go to Brody Helm of Moore, Oklahoma. Eighth place was exhibited by Gannon Springer of Washington, Oklahoma. Ninth place, and congratulations to Katie Lowry of Burlingame, Kansas. And 10th place in that class was exhibited by Jamie Vinton of Glenwood, Iowa. Now in the ring is Class 27. These are Mainetainer spring heifer calves born February of 2024.
Very high-powered kind of female here to start the class, very complete. She's the one that best combines, I think, a sharp look with extra volume and capacity with a natural thick look kind of to her, a stout good look to her, just a real complete heifer. Not again the greatest showmanship heifer, kind of maybe a little antsy out here, but as far as the way she's made, she's really high-end kind of female. This young lady that comes here next just follows the type and kind, not as deep-bodied as the class winner. I'd argue maybe just a little sounder. The first place heifer sometimes maybe her shallow. She's a little bit too much shallowness to her heel. I'd like to see a little better heel on that first heifer, but I think this one might be a little better there in terms of just pure foot quality, but she doesn't have that extra body volume that first heifer has. Maybe just gives up some extra performance, but a really nice heifer, definitely needed to be second place. The heifer that comes here next in the blue roan here that concludes the class, I just saw this heifer just a little longer bodied than the blue heifer, maybe a little more extension up through her front 1/3. The blue heifer, I'd argue, is a little bit better in terms of her softness of rib cage. Her forerib shape's just a little bit better. Close pair for third and fourth here. Just I elected to go with heifer, just a little more extension. Nice class of heifers. Congratulations.
Congratulations. In Class 27, first place went to BMW Dolly 206 MET, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place was exhibited by McClay Gensini of Hennepin, Illinois. Third place, and congratulations go to Wyatt Christian of Purcell, Oklahoma. And fourth place to Jamie Vinton of Glenwood, Iowa.
Within this pair of heifers, I'm just going to leave them how they stand here. The young man's going to have the class-winning female, much similar to the heifers that have won most of the previous classes. The combination of balance and correctness of skeleton with a nice show ring presence, a very fault-free heifer here that will certainly stack up, I think, really well with the other class winners. Really a nice cow prospect here in second. Really broody, I guess, is how I'd type her. Moderate in terms of her frame score, deep and open in her rib shape. She's a little shorter in terms of her look up through her front end and some of the other heifers that have gone above a lot of times today. Like to see her just a little more square right out through her rump. But I do like the extra capacity and natural thickness. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 28. First place will go to PKL Macy 363 MET, exhibited by Kyan Herman of Tryon, Oklahoma. And second place and congratulations will go to Kendra Mathis of West Texas. We're going to bring your first and seconds in. We'll select a chambered reserve junior heifer calf.
Well, those around ringside that love Maine cattle, put your hands together and congratulate these junior exhibitors. This is an outstanding lineup of Maine-Angus, Mainetainer heifers. I doubt you're going to see many better than this anywhere in America. The Mainetainer thing's kind of interesting because, you can get a lot more different shapes and sizes, I think, in our Mainetainer cattle at home than when we actually do in the high percentages, just because there's a little bit of injection of some other things in there, maybe a little key, maybe a little Simmental. And so some of these Maintainers, they're really heavy muscle. They got a lot of power. Maybe we'll do a good job raising steers if that's what they kind of want to do. And to me, I just, try to keep them with just a little more extra structural correctness. I like muscle. I mean, you hear me talk about it a lot. I think it's kind of something we forget about sometimes, but we still are raising a product. But I like them stout, obviously. I like some extra bone, and most people do, so I'm no different than anybody else. But, you know, it is a show, so obviously they got to have some extra appeal, too, and kind of have some show ring presence. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I know we got a lot of cattle left, but, you know, all these cattle are really strong contenders. I mean, you literally can look down the line, and you could jump on any of these heifers if you really put your emphasis on a given thing that they are really, really good in. Like the second heifer, she's really good, the young lady there with the green on. Really a neat made kind of heifer that's extra sharp and has just a fancy look about her. Is she quite as stout as some of the others? I just don't think she's quite as open up, particularly right behind her shoulder. True natural forerib shape. Maybe she wants to tighten up there, but that's an extra fancy one. The gentleman in the cowboy hat there, he may have the one that really looks like a heavy bone, stout made, big footed kind. It just looks like a mama cow in the making. She's not probably as long-necked as some of these other heifers that stand on either side of her, but boy, her rib and her bone are just really good. And then all these final three are just tremendous cattle. This one here is just so neat to look at in terms of her depth of rib and just her body capacity is just really special. She turns her front feet out just a little bit. I like to maybe just straighten her up there. That one's extra fancy, tremendous amount of rib, maybe as good a fronted as one we have out here. And that's a really powerfully muscled heifer there. She's big down her top. She's wide through her chest. There's a lot of dimension. She just kind of gets a little stiff relative to some of these other heifers. She wants to just be just a little tighter there and misses her stride just a little bit relative to some of these other ones. So tremendous cattle out here. Congratulations, guys. I know we got some big ones left, but you guys are going to have a lot of fun with these cattle. It's going to be really competitive in this part of the country. When you go out and show against each other every weekend, it's going to be a lot of fun. So congratulations. Good job, everybody.
Congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion comes out of class 27. That was BMW Dolly 206 MET, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. And congratulations, reserve in that division will go to TSSC BTOM Mila Kunes, 4114 MET, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now go into your next division, Class 29, Mainetainer winner heifer calves, born November of 2023.
Nice quality pair of heifers here. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man in the cowboy hats heifer to start. More length of body, more extension as you see her from the side view profile. I also think she's probably more muscular and wider base. When she gets out and goes, she's got some width of skeleton at the ground and tracks with some power and some dimension. I'd like to maybe just see her a little more open in her forerib shape if I can improve her, but a nice quality heifer to win the class. The panda colored heifer is a really nice heifer in terms of making a cow. She's modern in her size. She's got a good heaviness of bone to her, some structure underneath. When you watch her coming and going, it's amazing. You think she's going to be kind of a wide, stout one, but she kind of closes up a little bit. Just like to see her more true as she travels away from you. Maybe give her just a shot more dimension right out through her hip. But I love her depth of rib, and her fleshing ability is good. Going to make a nice cow. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 29. First place will go to ADPR 46L, exhibited by Eli Hanks of Jennings, Oklahoma. And second place in that class, exhibited by Allie Harrison of Westville, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in Class 30, Maintainer winner heifer calves, born September to October of 2023.
Nice competitive pair of heifers here. They're the more kind of more muscular, wider base cattle of the pin out here. And I just think the heifer that's going to win, a young man in the sweater there, his heifer's deeper bodied. She comes back into her rear rib and flank with just a little bit more capacity. I think she opens up a little bit better right behind her shoulder. She's also maybe just a little bit more correct in the angle to her hock. She's got more correct set to her hock, and I think she, even though at times she kind of wings them a little bit, and it's a unique surface out here. Sometimes these cattle can't find a nice place to put their foot down because it's kind of bumpy out here. She kind of wants to just maybe throw them out just a little bit more than the perfect ones will do, but I still think the correctness and the angle of her hock is better, and she's got more correct angle to her pastern. But a very nice heifer in terms of capacity and rib shape. That's a very shapely heifer. I think a guy could do a lot of things with that kind of cattle. You could make steers with her. You can breed her to a purebred bull and kind of make some high mains. She's a nice heifer down her top. She's very square and thick when you get right behind her. A little more straight in her shoulder probably to me, and maybe her hock. She just gets a little bit stiffer as she travels there. But that's a nice, powerful breeding piece right there. Here's a high-performing, kind of more maternal kind of heifer. She's long-bodied, long-made kind of female. It's got some extra performance. She needs more rib. When you get right inside her, you just like to see more spring to her forerib, a little more depth to her rear body, but she's really a nice made heifer in terms of soundness. She's probably more correct than a couple other heifers, actually, in terms of just true soundness at the ground. She may be second in this class in that category. The heifer that finishes the division or finishes the class is probably one of the more paramusculars. Her and number 2 are very muscular cattle. This one just needs to be longer and move just a little bit better out here to be more competitive. But I do like the extra stoutness that she brings. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 30. First place went to PCC WJ Ella's Lady 344L, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. Second place was exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Third place go to Josie Heater of Raymond, Kansas. And fourth place went to Danny Dixon of Edmond, Oklahoma. We'll now bring those first and seconds in, select the champion reserve fall heifer calf.
Just 2 classes in this division, but I think these class winners, they kind of look alike, actually. I mean, this one's got more body volume, but other than that, they have that same kind of profile to them. They're kind of nice top cattle that are long and level in their pattern, and so they do have some similarities. I do think the heifer that come out of second class, there's just more volume there. There's more natural base width, but 2 nice made heifers. Congratulations. The heifers that were second, the panda-colored heifer, really deep and easy fleshing, needed to be a little wider. The heifer that was second in that last class, I'd love her dimension and muscularity, just gets maybe a little tighter as she travels. But nice set of cattle. Good job, everybody. My 2 favorites are you 2 guys out of the second class. You'll be the first and second in this division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Champion fall calf was exhibited by Pate Parsons, and reserve is exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. We'll now look to see Class 31 Mainetainer late summer yearling heifer is born July of 2023.
Here's a very similar heifer to a lot of our class winners today, one that's very complete, the way she can put a really nice presence together with extra dimension of rib, some muscularity. I just love how she came in here and just kind of planted. Like, there's some power, there's some base width in this heifer. She's not a fake. I mean, there's something to this heifer, and I kind of like that about her. Just a really nice heifer to kind of be a contender out here. We'll see how she lines up here later on, but a nice heifer that really matches the type here that's been very successful today. Congratulations.
Congratulations in Class 31. First place, go to Cody Heath of Piedmont, Oklahoma, with PCC-Shiny Darlin 318 LET. We'll now look to see Class 32 before the division.
Well, in this pair of heifers, this might be one of the more cowy ones, if you like that term, that we've probably seen in this maintainer division. Sometimes, as we know, the maintainers can get just a little clubby, but this one looks like just a real kind of mama cow. She's extremely deep-bodied and really high-volumed and kind of a long, extended kind of female that has some extra performance to her. She's got pushed up, I think the young lady said they pushed her up a couple months to calve at 22 months, so that's a good thing. And I think she's big enough, obviously, to be able to do that. I guess if I could just maybe improve her a little bit, I'm looking at her feet just a little bit longer. She's kind of a shallow, heeled heifer that gets a little long maybe and just a little flatter in her claw shape. I just maybe like to see just a little better foot under that one. But, boy, she's deep and soggy and going to make just a tremendous brood cow. The one that comes here next is more muscular. She's a thick-topped heifer. The young man's got some breeding pieces here in this female that he can use. She's not obviously as deep-bodied and as bold-ribbed as the first-place heifer, but there's extra muscle in this heifer. Maybe just a little deeper foot quality if you really want to get critical. Just a nice heifer in terms of muscularity. Just like to see her a little deeper compared to the heifer that beat her. So nice set of cattle. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 32. First place was exhibited by Blake Herdman of Hillsboro, Ohio, with Bachman Farms Lady L55ET. In second place, we'll go to Hayden Weems of Eustis, Texas. We'll now bring those first and second in, select the Champion Reserve Summer Yearling.
These class winners are the most different probably of all the division winners we've had. Just two different styles of females. Just that one that came out of that first class is one that I think looks a lot like just the image of the other division and class winners in terms of just kind of fault-free. You can't really just walk in right away and say, yep, she's got a problem, because she doesn't really have anything that really sticks out from a red flag issue. Now, there's other more EST kind of cattle that we probably will see and have seen, but just the completeness of this heifer is really nice, really kind of youthful yet, and kind of has a nice feminine look about her, and some natural width and power. I just like every time she sets up and poses, there's some natural skeletal base width in that heifer. Pretty genuine, I think, in her composition. This is a really broody heifer. It just looks like a mama cow, just deep and soggy. She got pushed up on her calving date. That's kind of neat to see that. You know, she's quite a bit bigger in terms of just sheer size and maybe some other ones, relatively speaking. She's a big one. There's some power and some performance in a heifer. Her feet kind of, maybe I would like to change that a little bit. If you walk in front of her, she's kind of a little bit in at her knees. She wants to turn those feet out because I don't think she's got the best claw shape that we've had in some other cattle today. I maybe like to tidy her up just a little bit in terms of the way her chest is, but that's a big broody one. That's a nice heifer too. But my favorite heifer in this division is going to be the single entry. You're going to win this division. You're going to be second with the big heifer behind her. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion summer yearling heifer, exhibited by Cody Heath of Piedmont, Oklahoma, with PCC-Shiny Darlin 318 LET, and reserve champion exhibited by Blake Herdman of Hillsboro, Ohio. We're now welcoming class 33. This will be Maintainer late spring yearling heifers born April of 23.
Wow, this is a fun class. There's some really high-quality heifers in this group, and these are good cattle, and they're different. These two are not alike, but they're only alike in that they're very complete cattle. So this is a really attractive heifer here. So you stand right behind that one, and she is the powerfully muscled heifer in the class. She's a really thick, shapely kind of female, but yet she's feminine. She's extended, and she gets around the ring and handles herself pretty good. I mean, she's up there for some people, I guess, in terms of just sheer size, but there's extra performance, length of body. She's not fat, so she's a genuine kind of heifer. Just puts a lot of nice things together. Maybe if I could pick on her, right? She's got a nice rear rib in her, but her forerib is just ever so slightly, just like to maybe expand it right behind her shoulder just a little bit. They got a lot of rear rib fed into her, but right behind her shoulder, I like to just see her a little bit fuller and just more correct in the way it blends in. This is a high-quality heifer, young man. You brought out a really nice heifer. She's not quite as muscular as the heifer that wins. She's not quite as extended and doesn't have the extra length to her body as the heifer that wins, but yours is just as powerful in terms of bone and foot. Yours maybe doesn't track quite as wide and as true maybe as the heifer that wins, but I love the rib shape. I love the moderation of size. She might fit into some different environments just a little bit better, actually, than the heifer that wins. Due to her more toned-down frame score, she might fit just a limited nutrition just a little bit better, but that's a high-quality heifer. The heifer that comes next is extra muscular, extra heavy boned, and she has a place where she can fit if you want to generate some just production kind of bulls that have some extra carcass merit. Here in the show ring today, she's just a little shorter in her step and doesn't get around quite as well and free, but there's certainly a place for that kind of heifer with that extra muscularity and stoutness. So congratulations, nice set of cattle.
Well, congratulations in Class 33, first place. So go to Dunk Lydia 381L, exhibited by Carly Burkheimer of Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. Second place in that class, and congratulations to Stockton Scott of Havana, Kansas. And third place was exhibited by Joanne Bilger of Loyal, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 34. These are Mainetainer early spring yearling females born March of 2023. For those of you joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena, we'd like to remind you that the Cattleman's collection is for sale in Barn 3. Spend $150 today and get a free t-shirt of your choice. Again, if you're looking to take home some Cattleman's Congress swag, please be sure to head over to the Cattleman's collection in Barn 3.
Two big mama cow prospects here. Plenty of thickness in each of these heifers. Plenty of just width and body volume in both these heifers. I think the gentleman, when he got this heifer out, and I circled him this one last time, I think the heifer toes the head straighter as she strides off her front end. I think there's more slope and angulation to her shoulder that allows her to do that. I think she's a more muscular heifer. There's a good shape to the top. That heifer's pretty genuine and real. There's some dimension in that heifer. She's not quite as deep-bodied as the heifer in second. The heifer in second is the deepest heifer in the class, I'd argue, but just a real combination heifer there. I guess maybe the first place heifer, some people think she's just maybe a little coarse, and I could see that if you want to describe her that way, just a little more boldness to her front end, but just a good power heifer. This heifer here, just a really deep-ribbed heifer. She's strong and level down her top. She's a little shorter from end to end, I guess, and if you just kind of get off the profile of her, she's just a little shorter couple than some other heifers we had out here. But my big deal was just when we get her out and moved, I didn't think she was quite as free moving as that first place heifer off both ends of her skeleton, but a nice high quality heifer that's really got a lot of depth and capacity in her. Good cow prospect there. Then we move into the kind of some heifers here that kind of have some unique features. This one is maybe a breeding piece because she's extra just rugged and stout and high capacity and performance driven and all those things that you maybe could have some fun times with her getting her mated right. When she get this heifer going in motion, she just maybe too timid there behind. I'd just like to see her sound her to move her up in this class. The heifer here that comes next is long body and level, and I'd argue she's even more flexible and sounder than the one that just went out the ring. But this one, to me, just giving up too much depth of body, not quite the just true capacity in this heifer. The bald here that comes next is very refined and almost to the point where when she gets matched up against these big stout ones, she just looks a little bit kind of more refined, I guess, just a little frailer in terms of foot size and bone, not quite the natural width and muscularity, but real feminine, and I think she's got a little bit more quality factors maybe than some of the other ones that go right behind her. She is a feminine heifer. She's a neat made heifer. Here's a really deep heifer, maybe the deepest heifer in the class, that one and this one in second. This one just needs to be trimmer, in my opinion, and I just like to see her a bit more free in terms of her movement. And then the heifer here that comes here and concludes the class, she's a muscular heifer, just needs a bit more body, a little more rib shape for her to move up in this tough class. So nice set of heifers. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 34. First place is exhibited by Grady Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma, with BKMT Lights Out 329 LET. Second place in that class was exhibited by Julia Harris of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Reagan Wilborn of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Fourth place was exhibited by Brooklyn Matlock of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Fifth place, and congratulations to Laramie Duncan of Bonham, Texas. Sixth place was Eden Christian of Purcell, Oklahoma. And seventh place in that class exhibited by Hadley Whitley of Clyde, Texas. Now in the ring before the division, Class 35, Mainetainer early spring yearling females, born February of 23.
Well, this was kind of interesting, and if you want to go a different direction, I'm certainly fine with that. I would love to have a heifer out here that maybe I can term complete, because I don't know if I can say all these heifers just really knock it out of the park as being that complete one, because they each have a kind of an issue I'd like to just actually change. I'd like to see this one. It's interesting. She has a nice curvature to her hock. She's got a correct set to her hock, but for some reason she just, I don't know if she's just antsy or what, but she doesn't want to just step down with that great comfortable stride we love to see in them class-winning heifers. But setting that aside, she's got a nice curvature. I think her angles are good. I just don't know why she just doesn't want to get out and go. But she's powerful. She's complete in terms of her front end and her look and her rib and her body. It kind of comes together. I would have loved to said this one. I was almost ready to use this one, but I don't know if this one is that much sounder than the class winner. And when you kind of put that on an equal playing field, this one gives up quite a bit of natural skeletal width. She's not quite as bold in her rib. In fact, she's kind of got a flatter. She gives you a nice side view. She's a deep made heifer, but the spring of her rib is not quite as robust as that class winner. She's probably, maybe I'd argue, the lightest muscled heifer of this group in terms of skeletal width. Gives you a nice look, and at times I wanted to use her because I think she could be sounder, but she too could be changed. She wants to toe out off her front end. Her toes are just a little long, and she too maybe misses her stride just a little bit. So I'm just going to stick with maybe the more powerful female and kind of call that a tie in terms of structure. And then the heifer that comes here next, deep-bodied, bold-ribbed, very muscular, thick-made kind of heifer. She's the shortest coupled of the three. She's kind of got probably the least amount of length of front end of the three, and just kind of from the side view profile, just kind of falls behind the others. But I love the dimension, love the capacity. Nice heifer for third.
Well, congratulations in Class 35. First place was exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas of Dunlap, Tennessee. Second place went to Riley Williams of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. And third place exhibited by Lillian Christian of Purcell, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, your first and seconds to select a champion reserve junior yearling heifer.
Congratulations, guys, on your class winners here in this division. You guys brought out some very nice cattle. You should be very proud of all the work and effort you've done put into these cattle. I sometimes people don't maybe understand just the amount of effort it takes daily that you kids put into this project, and then all the special people behind the scenes, the moms and the dads and the cousins and the fitters, and that's what makes it fun. That's why these shows are so incredible. And this is, I've done a lot of shows, but this top end of these heifers are some of the best I've ever seen. The Maine breed is really good. You guys have great leadership. The staff that runs the Maine Association is awesome. and they're leading you in the right direction. I think the Maine breed, personal experiences, I think we have a lot to offer if we don't lose track of kind of what the Maine cattle can do. They're a breed that can complement other breeds, and so if we're just going to chase hair and bone and pretty front ends, that's nice for the show ring, but the commercial guys still want some extra punch and some power, and there's homes for good Maine bulls out there in the commercial industry, and I think these class winners, all three of these can raise bulls. I mean, there's some extra performance in these cattle. There's extra length of body. They're genuine. They're true and honest cattle. They're not fat. They're not light-muscled. There's some good things in each of these three heifers. It still's a show, though, and people like them to look good from the side view, and I think if you study these three, they're very nice from the side view. I think the best-looking heifer from the side view is the young lady with the purple shirt. She's probably just a notch longer. She's probably just a notch neater in front of her shoulder, and that kind of maybe gives her the silhouette advantage. Her rib shape right behind her shoulder, I'd just like to just expand just a little bit. Funny thing, she's a wide-chested heifer, but just right there behind her shoulder, I'd just like to see her a little bit smoother. But she's muscular, she's shapely, she's feminine, and I'd argue she's probably one of the sounder ones that we have out here. The gentleman has a nice heifer here. When he gets her parked, she's level and correct, really. You can almost put a ruler down her top line. She's so good in her top line. Her length from her hooks to her pins is the best. She's really got a long, level hip in her. Maybe at times she's not quite as neat, maybe quite as the extra pizzazz up in her front end, and maybe at times she can rock forward just a little bit in her shoulder angle. She was sounder than the heifer that she beat, but just to really move her to the next level, I like to just notch her shoulder back a little bit. She kind of is rocking forward just a little bit. I think her angle can just be a little straighter than the two on either side of her. That one can raise herd bulls. I don't know I don't know any of these kids, but I don't know what you're going to do with that heifer. But man, she's thick and she's stout and she's wide based. I'd just like to see her be more comfortable, to be honest. I mean, she's just a big old stout-ended thing, but at times she just doesn't want to really be as free and easy in her movement. So that's where I'd like to change that heifer, but she's pretty good. Has some really out there pieces. The seconds are good. We saw some really nice seconds, all going to make nice cows. The little Baldy's just a tremendously balanced heifer. She just blends together. The two black heifers behind her are nice silhouetting cattle that are deep-ribbed, maybe weren't quite as opened up, but good cattle nonetheless. Congratulations, guys. The Maine breed's in good hands, and you guys, if you continue doing this, you're going to make some really good cattle out of these heifers. So congratulations. I'll pick your winners in this division.
Well, congratulations. Your champion junior yearling exhibited by Carly Berkheimer, Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, with Dunk Lydia 381L. And congratulations, reserve in that division will come out of class 33 as well. That was TCLC MEO 338LET, exhibited by Stockton Scott of Havana, Kansas. We'll get the ring cleared, bring in your final class here in our Junior Maintainer show.
finish up here with the black and white heifer, this one here I think could go a lot of different ways. If you want to make breeding cattle with her, high mains, certainly you can do that, but maybe some show steers are in her future too, because wide base, muscular. If you can think about making some steers that look like that with that extra squareness and thickness, you certainly can do that. Maybe just a little bit compact compared to some of the other heifers we see today. Maybe like to just level her tail head out and just kind of see her blend a little bit better, ideally. But that's a powerful, thick-made heifer. Congratulations on finishing up a show with a nice heifer.
Well, congratulations. Your champion senior yearling was exhibited by Mia Peters with Jubilee. We're now going to bring in all of your division champion and reserves, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion junior maintainer females.
Well, congratulations to all the exhibitors out here. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we finish up. It looks like a lot of families sitting around ringside yet. I want to congratulate you, young people. You did an outstanding job today, and I know we have an open show left, and I wish you guys all good luck. Things will change, I'm sure. That's fine. I mean, that's why we go to shows, different opinions on different days. But I think these cattle, you're going to be competitive under most, if not all, judges, because you got nice quality cattle. They're feminine cattle. They're sound cattle. They have enough to them to really please most judges. They're wide-based cattle with some extra performance and some dimension to them. You know, there's some differences in them, but, for most part, I think we'd all love to own each and every one. We had a wonderful calf division. I'm not going to break everyone down, but you could see there, I think that first and second in that division are probably the most peas in a pod to me. Those are very, very high-end cattle. The second division came with really robust cattle. They were wide and deep. I thought both those heifers maybe had a little glitch in their soundness I'd like to fix, but I think they're wide, robust, big-centered cattle. This was an interesting division. I think they probably don't look as much alike, but it was a smaller division. I thought the heifer that won that division fits in with these others pretty good. She's not as deep-ribbed and not as bold-sprung if you really want to go pound for pound against some of those on the other side of her, but she's very nice in her top line. She's one of the nicer, leveler made heifers we had. Then we came into this division, and they're not alike, but they're both very, very good. That's a big power heifer that won that class, wide base, very muscular, yet pretty good in terms of her attractiveness. Her neck extension is really good. Just a really complete heifer, kind of really unique breeding piece there. The Baldy, the Rocco-faced heifer, was very sound. That's why I gave her the edge for reserve in that division, because she's so good on her feet and legs. And then the black and white heifer there, I call her a steer mama, really, really powerfully muscled. Needs to probably be a little bit longer necked, but I like her muscle. Thanks for letting me come here today and work with you, work with the young people. Thanks to the Maine Association. It's really been an honor. I've judged quite a few different places, but never judged in Oklahoma, and so it was really nice to be here at the Cattleman's. I brought a judging team here a couple of years ago and was really impressed with the contest classes, really impressed with the officiating, and that crew with the judging contest. They do a really good job putting that together. I know you guys have a lot of respect for Jill Callahan here, and it's kind of the reason a lot of you guys are here and why this show started. Me being from not down here, I do have one experience with Gerald, which is kind of unique. I was a new coach over in Tennessee. I used to coach a judging team there at a small school. And Gerald Callahan didn't know me from anybody. But we came to the American Royal one time, and I had a group of farm boys from Tennessee, and they ended up winning sheep at the American Royal and beat a lot of the power schools, I call them. And after it was over, Gerald Callahan, I didn't know him from anybody, but this kind of tells you what he was or who he was. He walks up to me, and I'm just kind of a little nobody graduate school coach. He puts his arm around me and just congratulates me and just talks my ear off for about 10 minutes and wanting to get to know who I was. So I thought that was pretty good, because I really wasn't a big name coach by any stretch. But when he came over to me and put his arm around me and wanted to congratulate a little school from Tennessee for winning, that was pretty cool. So great set of cattle. I'm not going to take too much longer. I know we got a big day, a big show left here for the open show, but good job, everybody. Good luck in the future with these heifers, and I'll go out and pick your champion.
Well, congratulations, grand champion, Mainetainer female here in our junior show goes Carly Berkheimer, Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, with Dunk Lydia 381L. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion exhibited by Hadley Dunklau, Wayne, Nebraska, with BMW Dolly 206 MET. Well, congratulations to all of our junior maintainer exhibitors. We're going to get started with your open maintainer show here in just a couple moments.
Innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services. We're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant recip program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium recip cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
Well, here as we start your open maintainer show, a young lady has a July heifer out here, and sure, a female that's got a lot of quality about her. Female that's powerful in terms of her muscle shape and dimension. You know, ideally, this heifer, a July heifer, I mean, I think size-wise is good. I think the heifer's got a good structure, good feet and legs underneath of her. So I think a very good place to start off your maintainer show here today. Well, here in your Maintainer show, what a really nice class out here. I mean, all the way through, there's a lot of quality throughout, and these two heifers on the top are really good, just a little bit different in their type and kind. And the heifer I'm going to tie to is the longer-sided heifer, to me, that just has a little bigger body, a little more capacity and volume through the center part of her skeleton, and just in terms of power and mass and bulk. And she combines it into a package. She's long-sided. She's attractive from the side. Is she quite as extreme through her front 1/3 as our second place heifer? She's not, but she's very attractive up through her front 1/3 for me. I think she's more than good in terms of that. When we put this heifer into motion, I think she handles her front 2 just a little more comfortable than our heifer that comes second. I think this heifer in second, I know she's tired because they showed earlier, but I'd still maybe like to lay her shoulder back in her just a little bit. That knee sits forward ever so slightly, but I love this one's presence. I like how high that neck ties out on top of the shoulder, and she's a heifer that to be that neat up through her front 1/3, she's got some stuff to her when you get behind her. She's wide pinned. She's got a lot of stifle. Very high quality heifer right there. Female comes next is one that just has a lot of cow power to her. I love her rib cage. She's big and bold through the center part of her skeleton. She's not as attractive up through her front 1/3 as her heifers that come before her in this particular class, but I think she's got a lot of quality about her. Long-sided female that comes next, she's another one that just has a lot of cow power about her. Just like to clean her up from her shoulder forward, make her a little more attractive through that front 1/3. Good at the ground, good feet and legs underneath of her. Very high quality heifer right there. Very intriguing female that comes next. This one needs some condition and some maturity, but she gives you a killer look from the side. She gets overpowered out here today. That one's going to be fun. I just think she needs a little more time, and I think she'll get it. And she could be one that's on the front end of this class pretty easy as maturity and time goes by. Long-sided heifer comes next. This female gives up a little body depth, a little bit of dimension through the center part of her body. She gives you a nice look. She's another one. I think maturity and condition will help her in the future. The heifer that comes next is extremely stout, but she's a female. I'd like to change the structure of her front end. That knee sets forward ever so slightly for me. She's very long-bodied, very thick, very stout. I appreciate that about her. We conclude with a high-quality heifer that's got some substance of bone. She's got some width and dimension to her. Just gets a little plainer up through her front 1/3 as we compare her to the other cattle in this class.
Well, congratulations. Results out of Class 38. First place was exhibited by Emery Cowley of Morrison, Oklahoma, with Dunk Franey 439 MET. Second place in that class will go to Madison McGee of Arkansas City, Kansas. Third place exhibited by Ethan Rogers of Stratford, Missouri. Fourth place and congratulations will go to Jake Myers. Fifth place was exhibited by Heston Hanza. Seventh place, exhibited by Harley Holman. And eighth place in that class will go to Tristan Hobaugh. Now in the ring is Class 39. These are Maintainers spring heifer calves born April of 2024.
Well, another nice class of April heifers in your Maintainer show, and this is one of those classes I think just lines itself up pretty handily for me. Very, very good female to start off with. She's one that just covers a lot of the boxes that we look for out here, just balance and style and soundness and structure and power. A very good female to start off with. However, that comes second. I really like her in terms of the look, the cow look she has. Big rib cage. She's a female that's nice in her shoulder and up through her front 1/3. She's tremendously thick when you get behind her. She gets a little lower in her pin set as we compare her to our class winner. I'd also like to change this one's front feet just a little bit. She wants to turn out ever so slightly on her front too. I think if we can work on that, I think this heifer is going to be very competitive throughout her career. Heifer that comes next has got some really out there pieces. The width to her pins is extremely wide. She's a heifer that's cool looking from the side. I'd like to change the design. As you watch her move out of the ring, she struggles off of her hind two. I think she gets a little tighter in her hip for me. She gives up a little width and dimension down low. She gets a little higher in her twist. Not quite as much dimension right there in her stifle. Very functional female that comes next to conclude the class. A female that's got some width, got some dimension to her. Nice up through that front 1/3. She runs out of gas when we compare her to her counterparts here today, just not quite as much heifer. Give her some time, let her catch up. I think this one will be very competitive as we go forward.
Well, congratulations in Class 39. First place to go to TSSC BTOM Mila Kunis 4114 MET, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Second place will go to Cecilia Mercina of Pleasant Plain, Ohio, with Why Not So Sweet Moonbeam 837 MET. Third place in that class, exhibited by Emma Braun of Allison, Iowa. Fourth place will go to Sophia York of Durham, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, this is Class 40 Maintainer Spring Heifer calves born March of 2024 before the division.
What a really competitive class here, and to me, the heifer that's out front, she wins this class, and she just wins this class. But from there back, the next four, they're give and take for me. So we'll talk about this class winner first. I think she overwhelms her counterparts out here today. Very, very nice female. Angular in her shoulder. I love the way that sets in there. She's attractive up through her front 1/3. She's a female at the ground. She's really good. We put her in motion. She gets out and goes. She's a female. You get behind her and you're just overwhelmed for the amount of power, shape, and dimension she has. For how attractive she is through her front 1/3. So very high quality female to start off the class. And then it gets close. Like I said, if you want to juggle these next four heifers around, that's fine with me. The way I see them today is the heifer I have in second most closely follows our class winner from the standpoint of length of body, the way her shoulder's designed, how attractive she is up through her front 1/3. She doesn't have quite as much width and dimension and capacity that our class winner has, but I think just her length of body, how attractive she is up through her front 1/3, I think she lands in 2 here for me today. Maybe like to change her a little bit in her hip and in the way that tail head sets in her ever so slightly, but a very nice female that goes second. Very attractive, well-presented female that comes here in 3. This is a heifer. When she comes in the ring, you're attracted to her. Just they've done a nice job presenting her here today. Nice look up through her front 1/3. Neck ties high out of the shoulder. I'd like to stretch her out, make her a little longer from her nose to her tail. I'd like to make her hip just a little bit longer. And then when we get behind her and view her, she gets just a little narrower in terms of her base width as we compare her to the 2 heifers ahead of her here today. But that's a high-quality female that I'm sure is going to go on and have a really nice show career. The heifer that comes next is one that's very practical, really well-balanced female. Today she looks like she just dips in her pins just a little bit, gets off in that hip just a tiny bit for me here today. Is she as attractive from her shoulder forward as a couple of the other heifers in front of her here today? She's not. Maybe clean her up there a little bit, but that's a really high-quality female. The heifer that comes next is one that just has brood cow written all over her. She's big, rib cage. I love the volume and capacity she has. She's a little moderate as we compare her to her classmates. She's one that's not as attractive in her shoulder and up through her front 1/3, but that's really, really good stock right there. The red heifer that comes next is long-bodied. Gives you a really nice look from the side. She gets a little upright in her shoulder. She gets a little more upright in her hock in the back. I'd like to just give her a little more cushion throughout, and I think she'd move about the ring a little bit better. The baldy heifer that concludes the class is a big-bodied, high-volume female, not as attractive up through the front 1/3 as some of the other heifers in this class.
Well, congratulations in Class 40. First place was exhibited by Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. Second place in that class went to Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. Now in the ring, your first and seconds to select a champion reserve junior heifer calf.
Well, what a really nice division to start off your Maintainer show here today. I'll go through here and talk about these class winners. The heifer that comes out of your first class, I think if I remember right, she's a July. She's a heifer that's got a lot of quality to her. When she gets out here with these 3 heifers behind her, she just is giving up some age and some maturity. That's a really nice female. I think in time she'll be more competitive, within this group. And once she gets in that summer division, I think that's one that could really do some good in the future. And the 2 heifers that stand behind her, 3 heifers that stand behind her are really, really good. So we'll just touch on them, and you could kind of tell you what's going through my head. This female that comes out of Class 2, extremely long-bodied. I love that about that heifer. She's one, like the way that shoulder lays into her, really, really nice. She's got, she's good in terms of her power and her width and dimension. She's a female that's extremely good at the ground. She's nice-footed. Love the angulation she has to her knee and up through that shoulder. We put her into motion, and she just goes out and moves about the ring, just really, really good. So she's one that's darn sure in contention out here, because I think that's a very high-quality female. The heifer that comes out of our third class, this one here, you get back off and view her from the side, and she just gives you an awesome profile. Neck ties high out of the top of the shoulder. She's one, again, you study her from the ground up. She's big-footed, just ideal in terms of the angulation she has to that front pastern and knee, and it allows her to get out and move about the ring really, really nicely. Love this one's balance she has to her underline. She comes from her flank and up into that heart, and it balances up with her chest just really, really nicely. That's just a really high-quality female. This lineup out here, for the look she gives you from the side, that one is powerful. Down her top, out through her hip, and she does it in a way, she's stout, but she's square and long in terms of her muscle pattern. That's a very high-quality female. The last female is the one we just talked about in her class. I think she overwhelmed that class. Long-bodied female. She's one that when she gets out here in this group, I don't know if she's as stout through the center part of her body in terms of volume, capacity. Doesn't quite have as much depth through her heart as the 2 heifers that stand right in front of her. But that's a high-quality female that's going to go out and be very competitive throughout the year. Today, for me, I think it gets close, and it comes down to these heifers out of Class 2 and Class 3, but this one out of Class 3 hits me really hard. She's going to be your champion. Young lady, you're going to be reserve out of Class 2.
Well, congratulations. Your junior heifer calf champion was Hogan Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana, with TSSC BTOM Mila Kunis, 41-14 MET, and reserve champion. And congratulations goes to Emery Cowley of Morrison, Oklahoma, with Dunk Franny, 439 MET. We're now going to get started with your next division. This will be Junior Heifer Calf Division 2. Class in the ring is Class 41. These are Maintainer Spring Heifer Calves, born February of 2024.
Well, another nice class, and start this class off with just a real combination type of female for me. She's one that just does a lot of things right. She's angular, attractive through her front 1/3, gives you a beautiful look when you get off and view her from the side. She's one, when we put her in the motion, I mean, she takes such a long stride. I think this one won't ever see an unsound day in her life. I think just impeccable in terms of her structure. Is she the heaviest muscled one we've seen all day? She's not, but I'm telling you, in terms of a skeletal design of a female, she's pretty ideal for me. The heifer that comes next is maybe a little more powerful in terms of her muscle shape and dimension, but I think she's also got some more condition on her. I'd like to lean this heifer up a little bit. I think that would help her be a little more attractive through her front 1/3. I think it would ultimately help her get out and go just a little bit better when we put her in the motion, because I catch her trying to struggle a little bit. I'd take her home and lean her up a little bit, and I think that heifer gets a little more competitive within this class. The white heifer that comes next is one that's got some body. She's got some top and some width, just not as attractive up through her front 1/3 as those two heifers that start the class. Then we conclude with the young lady's female. Just gets a little straighter off of both ends, but a heifer that's got some width and dimension to her.
Well, congratulations in Class 41. First place was exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska, with BMW Dolly 206 MET. Second place in that class was exhibited by Justin Teeter of Mount Eula, North Carolina. Third place will go to Jamie Vinton of Glenwood, Iowa. In fourth place went to Wyatt Christian of Purcell, Oklahoma. We'll now welcome in Class 42 before the division.
Gentleman has a really nice January heifer here. She's one, we're going to be repetitive, but long-bodied female, gives you a nice look. She's a female that's got a sure enough width and dimension about her. I think this is a very nice heifer that could withstand some competition, so it'd be nice to get her out here with some of the heifers the other ages in this division, and we can analyze her further there.
Well, congratulations in Class 42. First place will go to Kyan Herman of Tryon, Oklahoma, with PKL Macy 363 MET. We're going to bring those first and seconds in, select the champion reserve out of our Junior Heifer Calf Division 2.
Well, just three of them out here in this division, but they're all three really good. This first heifer, we just talked about her. Just in terms of one skeleton design, I really like this female quite a bit. And, you know, from the ground up, she's big-footed. The angles are all right. That's just a very, very high-quality female. As I stated, you know, she's not the most powerful one in terms of her muscle, but, boy, that one's built right, and that's going to make one heck of a big yearling heifer when she gets out and gets bred and comes back next year. The heifer that comes out of our second class, as we get her out here, this is a very nice heifer. Long-bodied. She kind of follows suit to what we've been doing in terms of length of side. She is a heifer that's got some width and dimension down her top. big, stout hipped on her. She's really wide in terms of her pin set. She's not quite as attractive up from her shoulders forward as a heifer that stands right ahead of her, and maybe just like to see her just have a little bit more slope to that shoulder as we really get down deep and start analyzing her. But that's a really, really good heifer. To me, I really like this heifer that comes out of Class 1. She's going to be your champion, and then we'll use the heifer out of Class 2 for reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Your champion junior heifer calf out of Division II is exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Reserve champion will go to Kyan Herman of Tryon, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in Class 43. These are Maintainer winter heifer calves born November of 2023.
Well, two nice November females out here in this class. And to me, these two, they kind of line themselves up rather logically. The black heifer out front here just follows suit to what we've been doing in terms of her length of side. She's a heifer really square on all four corners. I like that. Big foot. We put her in motion. She gets out and goes good. She's really wide in her pins. I like how wide she sits out there. When you get behind her and view her, that heifer's got a lot of product to her. The black and white heifer that comes next is a really nice female. She's one that's got some body depth, and she's got some width and volume and capacity through the center part of her body. Just not quite the power from hooks to pins and down through her stifle as we compare her to our class winner. But that's a really nice female. She's good in her shoulder. She's attractive up through her front 1/3. Heifer, like I say, just doesn't quite have the muscle shape and dimension that our class winner does here today.
Congratulations. In Class 43, first place was Eli Hanks of Jennings, Oklahoma, with ADPR 46L. And second place in that class go to Allie Harrison of Westville, Oklahoma. Now in the ring before division, this is Class 44, Maintainer Fall Heifer Calves, born September to October of 2023.
Two very high quality heifers to start off this September-October class. This heifer that starts off with just got a really nice brood cow look to her. Just balances up really nicely from front to rear. Does she blow you away in terms of her front end, in terms of the look she gives you? She doesn't, but she just looks like one that's she's maternal, one that's gonna make a really nice cow. Big, powerful rib cage, really square out through her hip. Big top. When we put her into motion, this heifer gets out and goes just a little more free and easy than our heifer that comes second in this class. I like this heifer that's second in this class. I'll give her the advantage from her shoulder forward. I think she's a little longer in terms of her neck. She gives you a little better look out through her front 1/3. But when we put her in the motion, she gets just a little stiffer off of both ends. Like to free her up, and if we could do that, I think that's the heifer we tie to win the class. Long-bodied, big, powerful heifer that comes next. Doesn't balance up quite in her underline like the first two heifers do in this class. And then we conclude with a female that's a little more moderate in terms of her overall makeup. Just gives up some volume and capacity as we view her through the center part of her body.
Well, congratulations in class 44. First place will go to Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas with PCC. First place was PCC WJ Ella's Lady 344 L, again exhibited by Pate Parsons. Second place went to Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. Third place was Josie Heater, and fourth place was exhibited by Emily Fisher. Now in the ring, your first and seconds to select the champion reserve fall heifer calf.
We're here as we select your fall heifer division. Really nice lineup out here. The heifer that comes out of your first class, as we talked about her in that class, just really good at the ground. She's big-footed. She's really square on all four corners. She's a female that's really stout and wide in her pin set. I really like that about her. She's one that she might give up just a little depth to her flank and center body as we compare her to the heifer that comes right behind her, but she's long-bodied, she's really sound, very high-quality individual. And like I said in that last class, just a female that just looks like a cow out here, this one that comes out of class 2. She's big-barreled. I like that about her. She's big-topped. She's a female. When we put her in the motion, she gets out and goes relatively well here today. I think that one there just has cow power written all over. She's going to be your division champion. And then as we bring the second place heifer to her in consideration for a reserve, I like this heifer in terms of her length of side. And like I said, in that particular class, she's very attractive up through her front 1/3. Love the body, love the width, love the dimension. I'd like to change this heifer in terms of her structure off of both ends. So to me, it gets really, really close. It's a little give and take. Once again, do we go with the little heifer that's a little better in terms of her structure, but gives up just a little body shape and body dimension, or we got this heifer back here out of class 2. We can make reserve that's a little bigger bodied, a little more powerful, but I'd like to change her structure ever so slightly. So to me, in this particular case, I think I like the heifer that comes out of class 1 to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Your champion fall heifer calf was exhibited by Pate Parsons, Leavenworth, Kansas with PCC WJ Ella's Lady 344L and reserve champion exhibited by Eli Hanks of Jennings, Oklahoma. We'll now look to see your next class and division. This will be Class 45, Maintainer Summer Yearling Heifers born May of 23.
Two heifers here in your summer yearling division in this class, but this is going to be your division also. And the heifer that we're starting with that's going to be your division champion is just powerful. Just love her rib cage. She comes out of the back of them shoulders, just big and bold and strong. Carries that all the way back through her hip and down through her lower quarter and stifle. She's a female. You know, maybe we'd like to make her a little neater up through that front 1/3, but that's a brood cow right there. Appreciate the fact she's showing some udder development. She looks like she's far along in calf. I really like that as well. So that's high quality female right there to start off the class. Young man's heifer that comes next, that's going to be reserved in this division, long-bodied heifer. I really, really like that. Just gives up that depth of body and that balance in terms of her underline as we compare to the class winner. Young man's doing an awesome job showing her out here today. So congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Your champion summer yearling was exhibited by Blake Herdman of Hillsboro, Ohio, with Bachman Farms Lady L55ET, and reserve champion will go to Hayden Williams of Eustis, Texas. We're now going to welcome in Class 46. These are Maintainer late spring yearling heifers born April of 23.
Well, here as we start your April class out here in your Maintainer show, very nice individual right here. Just one that combines power. She combines that with a really nice maternal look. Her shoulder sits in nice. She's attractive up through her front 1/3. Big in terms of her rib cage. She's got a lot of width and dimension and carries it all the way back again, and just is extremely powerful type of a female. Showing some udder development there. I really like that. And to have that kind of power and that kind of look, we put her into motion, and that heifer can get out and go really, really nicely. That's just a very high-quality female to start off this class. The heifer that comes next is long-sided. I really like that about her. She's a female that she has some width and dimension about her. She's big-footed. She's good in terms of her bone work. She's a female that doesn't balance up quite as nice in her underline, up her chest and up through her front 1/3 as our class winner, but that's a high-quality female with a lot of product to her.
Well, congratulations in Class 46, Maintainer late spring yearling heifers. First place went to Dunk Lydio 381L, exhibited by Carly Berkheimer of Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. And second place will go to Joanne Bilger of Loyal, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, Class 47, these are Maintainer early spring yearling heifers born March of 2023.
Well, here in your March class and your Maintainer show, really nice heifer to start off with. Female that's tremendously powerful. She balances up really nice. We get often view her from the side. She's a heifer. I'd like to tweak her in terms of her structure and just loosen her up a little bit when we put her into motion. But that heifer's eye appealing. Young man's done a great job getting her ready, and she's fit really nice. Very nice place to start in this particular class. The heifer that most closely follows is the heifer that comes next. Just in terms of her volume and capacity, I think this one here needs to go second. She's a female. I'd like to lay her shoulder back a little bit. She gets just a little more upright right there for me. But a really nice, long-bodied female that's got a good look to her. Heifer that she does get out and go really good. She reaches good off of those hind two. Just like to see a little more set to that shoulder. The heifer that comes next gives up a little bit of width or a little bit of dimension in terms of her body width, her depth in her heart, and her depth in her flank. Just like to see just a little more depth, just a little more daylight between her belly and the ground than the two heifers ahead of her here today. Long-bodied female that's got a lot of muscle and dimension when you get behind her. She's one when we put her into motion, gets out and goes really good, so I like that about her. I like the cow power, this heifer that concludes the class. Big rib cage, I really love that. Just bold sprung, tremendous amount of volume and capacity. Not as attractive if you view her chest and up through her front 1/3 as the other three heifers in this class, but I appreciate that one for the cow power that she has.
Well, congratulations in Class 47. First place went to BKMT Lights Out 329 LET, exhibited by Grady Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. Second place, and congratulations to Julia Harris of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Brooklyn Matlock. And fourth place, and congratulations to Eden Christian of Purcell, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 48. These are Mainetainer early spring yearling heifers born February of 2023 to complete the division.
Two really nice February heifers. We're going to start with the heifer that's just powerful in terms of width and dimension when you get behind her. This heifer is just massive, and she's also the heifer that balances up really good. And when we put her into motion, she has an advantage over our heifer in second. So really nice place to start. Really long-sided female, gets out and goes good. That's got a lot of width and dimension and shape to her. But I like this heifer that comes second. Just very practical, really functional type of a female. Not quite the extra cool look up through her front 1/3, but that's just good cattle right there. She's big, powerful rib cage. She's showing some udder development, so she's bred up when she should be. So congratulations. That's a very nice heifer to come second in this class.
Well, congratulations in Class 48. First place will go to Jacqueline Thomas of Dunlap, Tennessee. And second place will go to Lillian Christian of Purcell, Oklahoma. We'll now bring those first and seconds in, select the champion reserve junior yearling.
Well, here as we bring your division out here, very nice representation out here. 3 heifers I think are all really, really nice in their own right. The heifer that comes out of your first class, she's one that just combines so many things we talked about here throughout the day. She's angular up through her front 1/3, but then comes out of the backside of her shoulders, bold with a lot of power and dimension, and one that gets out and goes really, really nicely. That's just a high quality individual. The heifer out of the second class, like we talked in that particular class, stout top, big, wide hip she's a female that's long-sided. I like that about her. As we talked in that class, maybe like to free her up just a little bit off of both ends. The heifer that comes out of your third class is one that's really long-sided. She's attractive up through that front 1/3. She's a female, balances up really, really nicely. And when you get behind her, she's just tremendously stout in terms of the width she has to her pins. Carries it all the way down through her quarter. Really, really nice heifer. But the heifer that hit me really hard in this division that just looks like a donor cow and looks like a show heifer at the same time, the heifer that comes out of your first class. Congratulations. And then we're going to use the heifer that comes out of class 3 to be reserve in this division. Congratulations to both of you.
Well, congratulations, your junior yearling champion exhibited by Carly Berkheimer, Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, with Dunk Lydia 381L, and reserve champion went to Jacqueline Thomas of Dunlap, Tennessee. We're going to look to see your final class and division here in our Open Maintainer show before we go into the Grand Drive.
Well, here in this class, this is, I think, your senior yearling division as well. So this is your champion and your reserve. Young lady's Baldy heifer up here, follows suit to what we've talked about all throughout the evening. Female's got some width and dimension about her, and when we put her into motion, she gets out and goes good. She's just a little more volume, a little more capacity than the heifer that's second, and that's going to be reserved in this division. But I like this heifer for her length of side. She's long-bodied type of female. She's got some product to her. Like to see just a little more depth, just a little more balance in terms of her underline, and for a senior yearling heifer, maybe like to see just little more signs of her getting close to calving here today. But I think that's a really nice heifer. She's long-bodied, good type of female.
Well, congratulations, first place and champion that final division, exhibited by Mia Peters of Lithia, Florida. Reserve in that division, exhibited by Abigail Smith. We'll get the ring cleared. We'll get started with your grand drive of our Open Maintainer show here in just a moment. Well, for those of you still with us here in the Jim Norick Arena, let's put our hands together and show our congratulations to all of our Maine-Angus and Mainetainer exhibitors here today at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, here as we come to the conclusion of your day today and your Maintainer show, I'll keep this short because I'm sure you all want to go. You've had a long day. You want to go get supper, and I'm sure you have stuff to do tomorrow. So we'll save a little talk and all that stuff for the end on Sunday. I appreciate the opportunity of being here. For those of you who won't be here on Sunday, I really appreciate the invitation to come out here and do this for you. So we've talked about these cattle. There's a couple heifers out here suit me quite well. With that being said, give them a round of applause. It's been a really nice Maintainer show. I'll go show you your champions.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Maintainer female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. That's Carly Berkheimer, Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, with Dunk Lydia 381L. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana, with TSSC BTOM Mila Kunis 4114 MET. Again, congratulations to all of our Maine-Angus and Maintainer exhibitors today, and a special thank you to our judge this afternoon, Mr. Barry Nowatzki.